I'm having a kid, so we're going to live together now. You poor woman can get out." My brother yelled loudly. To this, both my father and mother nodded in agreement. Seeing them easily cast me aside after I was forcibly brought back home years ago, where I helped take care of my mother and bore the cost of living, I felt both shock and disappointment. My name is Ellen. I was given a name that means to grow up cheerfully. I'm now turning 40. However, when I was 15, I discovered that a former lover of my father's was also named Ellen, which has led me to doubt the origin of my name. As a child, I didn't want to know much about my parents' delicate past, and in truth, I wasn't very loved from a young age. My brother Kent is 3 years older than me, intelligent, and has a charming personality. My parents wanted a boy, and being born the eldest son, Kent was dearly cherished. Our grandparents held the strict view that the first child must be a boy. Thus, under great pressure, my mother succeeded in having a boy. As a result, Kent was the most beloved in the family. As for me, I was always dressed in Kent's hand-me-downs, received less money from our grandparents during the years, and was always second to Kent when visiting relatives. To situations where it was usually said, "Endure because he's your older brother," I was raised under a peculiar form of lady education that distinctly stated, "Be modest and support the boys." In reality, I felt there was not just a step, but rather a 50 or 100-step difference between us. However, my strength lies in my naturally bright and straightforward personality. My parents always said I thought of nothing, but if I had been deep in thought, I might have become a resentful person, dark and bearing grudges against my brother. Kent is Kent, and I am me, and that's okay. Our family is that kind of strange family. By accepting this, I stopped caring about my parents' attitudes. Despite my parents' favoritism toward my brother, I am grateful to my parents for raising me, and I actually think that my brother, who has had a bad character and bullied me since we were children, is still family. I never truly hated him. However, that feeling changed due to an unexpected event. In my late 20s, while I was working, my father retired, and my mother, who had been a homemaker, began living on her pension. At that time, my mother fell ill, was left disabled, and required care. I thought my father would be by her side after his retirement, and my mother would be at ease. But that assumption was naive. "Ellen, it's too much for me. Come back home," he said. "What? No way. I can't work if I go home. Why don't you try a little before saying you can't do anything? You shouldn't speak that way to your father. Quit your job and come back. Don't you care about Mom? I can't just do that so easily." My father had always acted as the dominator at home, letting my mother handle everything. As a result, after she fell ill, he became helpless and seemed to be planning to make me take over her role at home. Kent worked close to home, so he should have asked him for help instead. Why did he turn to me, whom he had hardly cared about, at times like this? Just when I began to live freely, my father started contacting my company, and I couldn't focus on my work. This caused inconvenience to my bosses and colleagues, and I felt their cold gazes. Despite my desire to continue the job I loved, the persistent calls from my father wore me down mentally, and I reluctantly quit my job and returned home. But once I returned, the situation at home was dire. My jobless father, with too much free time, began indulging in horse racing, gambling away his pension as soon as he got it. Compared to before, his alcohol consumption increased, and he drank late into the night every day, with the table overflowing with empty beer cans. Despite it being shortly after his retirement, the savings for their old age I heard about were nowhere to be seen, and our financial situation was quite difficult. Hence, even when I suggested getting professional support for caregiving aside from the household chores, my father clearly avoided answering because of this reason. The arrears in utility bills continued, and with every pension payment, it felt like an uncontrollable financial juggling act. If this continued, his pension would continue to be used up as soon as he gets it. Out of necessity, I initially withdrew money from my savings to support our living expenses, and at the same time made the house wheelchair accessible for my mother. Later, I found a job locally, and while entrusting my mother to daycare services during the day, I worked and allocated about $2,000 each month for necessary caregiving and living expenses. Despite saving diligently from a young age, my savings were running low, and the outflow of money was greater than what I earned. Still, my father did not attempt to work and depended financially and in daily life entirely on me, unfortunately becoming fully reliant. For me, the daily life of handling household chores, work, and caregiving from morning till night was nearly reaching its limit. Honestly, I wanted to entrust my mother to a care facility and leave my problematic father and home behind. By doing so, I could allocate the money he was devouring from my living expenses to my own savings and living expenses. But my father strongly opposed the idea of sending my mother to a care facility without doing anything himself. My mother herself asked, "Why do I need to go to a care facility when you're taking care of me?" making it impossible to gain her agreement. I sought help from Kent, but he was reluctant to get involved, and ultimately, I was the one who had to make sacrifices. Thus, I ended up trapped in a prison called home. 3 years into this hellish cohabitation, Kent suddenly announced, "I got married because my girlfriend is pregnant," and returned home with his wife, Maggie, whom I had never seen before. Wow, I was expecting Kent's sister to be similar to him, but you're nothing like him. Not cute at all. Maggie evaluated me with a laugh at our first meeting. Her rudeness immediately provoked my antipathy. Despite it being her first visit, she walked around the house as if it were her own, entered my room without permission, freely used my cosmetics, and demanded, "This is nice, give it to me." She rummaged through the shelf where my mother's precious jewelry was stored, and inappropriately commented, "How much is 18-karat gold now?" She was clearly a dangerous woman. I couldn't help but think that she was no good. And even though she was married to my brother, I should cut ties with her. Also, it seemed that all my father and mother could think about was wanting to hold a grandchild, or wanting to name one, with the birth of a grandchild occupying their minds. I even felt envy at their innocence. I was somewhat uneasy about this new family connection, and that bad premonition became reality that day. But I'm anxious about raising my first child. "I need some help," Kent's wife, Maggie, said sweetly, twirling her hair around her finger. As she spoke, my father, looking at Maggie's chest, suggested with a grin, "Why don't you live here then?" "Really? Are you sure?" Maggie replied. "Of course," my father answered. While Kent and Maggie excitedly discussed living together with my parents, I couldn't help but ask, "But we don't have enough rooms. What will we do?" "You should just move out," my father said bluntly. "Excuse me?" I replied in shock, and even my mother smiled and added, "Yes, that would be best. Hurry up then." I thought I'd been quite giving all these years, but to be betrayed by my parents so easily, beyond belief. "Wait, what will you do if you kick me out now? I've been paying for the caregiving costs all this time, and I don't even have the money to move out. What about Mom's care?" I asked. "I'll pay for the caregiving costs. Unlike you, I work at a big company and don't have to worry about money," Kent retorted. With that, my father said, "Go on, Ellen. Go pack your things and move out today." He pushed me towards my room. He looked as if he had secured a valuable host, pleased with himself. "Move out today?" I thought, dismayed. It was snowing outside, and I wondered how I was supposed to manage life from here on. "Why, this is ridiculous," I said, showing my emotion, to which Kent dismissively said, "It's not ridiculous. You're just a naive and weak-minded sister." Then he harshly repeated, "I'm having a child, so we're living together now. You poor woman can get out." Stunned, I looked at my parents, and even my mother, whom I had cared for over the years, smiled and said, "I want to be with my grandchild," as she waved me goodbye. Dad then shouted, "Now get out," as he roughly stuffed my belongings into a bag and threw it out. "Please wait. I need somewhere to stay until I find a new place," I pleaded, but they heartlessly dragged me out of the house. No matter how many times I rang the doorbell, there was no response. After all this time being manipulated by my family and treated like a tool, I had always maintained a smile. Even when they were cold to me as a child, it was my way of self-protection. But my family was under a big misunderstanding. They think Ellen can endure anything, so there's no need to worry. That's absolutely not a joke. Don't make fun of me. Holding back tears, I left my family home and wandered the streets at night, aimlessly, until I finally found a taxi to take me to an internet cafe for refuge. After contacting a local friend, fortunately, she agreed to let me stay at her place for a while. Her support was incredibly reassuring. With her help, I saved up money and eventually became independent, starting to live on my own again. While I haven't saved enough money to move to another state yet, keeping a certain distance to avoid entanglement with my family while twietian, I've decided in my heart to move to another state, once I have enough savings. However, 2 years after making that plan, one day, unexpectedly, my father and Kent showed up at my apartment. It appears they found my address through public records. "Who is it?" I asked, pretending not to recognize them. At that, both my father and Kent apologized. "We're really sorry. We need help. Please do something about Maggie. We want to kick her out of the house," my father pleaded tearfully. So listening to their story, it was clear that their home was in chaos. Maggie, after their child had grown a bit, said with a smile, "I don't want to live with such a shabby family anymore," and kicked out her own family from the house. My father had been completely taken in by her and, deceived by her cunning words, had transferred the house's ownership to her name. It was less a takeover and more that he had willingly given it away. I had always felt something off about her from the stories I had heard. She claimed to have fallen in love with Kent at first sight and pursued him fervently. Kent, who was charming and adorable as a child, had grown into a burly, hairy man, a far cry from the typical handsome appearance. Considering she could have chosen any slender, attractive man, I had always wondered why she was drawn to him. The truth was, her intentions lay in Kent's wealth. It was later revealed that she had another man even after marrying Kent. While there's no doubt that Kent is the father of her child, it seemed her affairs continued even after their marriage. When Kent discovered this and confronted her, they were thrown out of the house the next day. Presumably, Maggie, anticipating that her affair might soon be exposed, skillfully convinced my father to transfer the house into her name. In the end, my family's foolish actions prevented them from enjoying time with the grandchildren they had looked forward to, and everything backfired. To make matters worse, Maggie had also used my mother's credit card without permission to buy a large amount of appliances and jewelry, maxing out the credit limit. Well, I had always sensed she was untrustworthy, so hearing this was more a confirmation of "I knew it" than a surprise. I no longer have a father or brother. Let me ask again, who are you? At that moment, the color drained from my father and Kent's faces. "What are you saying? Are you abandoning us too?" After that, Mom became bedridden and couldn't even use her wheelchair. "Don't you feel pity for your mother who was kicked out?" my father yelled. "Anyway, you're now like this because you changed the ownership of the house, didn't you?" I retorted. My father fell silent, clenching his teeth in suppressed anger. "Wait, Ellen, we're family, let's support each other." Ken attempted reconciliation, but I brushed off his hand. "I asked for help multiple times because it was tough handling Mom's care alone, but you refused every time. What are you trying to say now?" I pressed. "That's..." Kent stumbled over his words, and my father raised his voice in his stead. "Regardless of Kent, don't you have any gratitude for your parents? You've forgotten the kindness of being raised." In response, I glared sharply at them and countered. "I quit the job I loved and gave money to live together, enduring all this time. After being kicked out of the house, I'm not optimistic enough to still say thank you for raising me." "I've already apologized for that," my father said. So you think an apology makes everything okay? Then I'll apologize too. "Sorry, I'm going to abandon you." "I apologize, but I won't help." "But do forgive me," I replied calmly. "What are you saying, you impudent girl?" my father exclaimed, moving towards me in anger, to which I responded using self-defense techniques I learned in school. "Ouch, ouch," my father groaned in pain as he sat down on the ground. Kent just stared at me, stunned. At that moment, I impulsively threw a handful of salt that was by the entrance towards them. "Ah," they both cried out, covering their eyes as I showered them with salt, shouting, "I don't want to see your greedy faces anymore. Get out." I chased them from the porch. As my neighbors turned to look upon hearing my voice, I didn't feel embarrassed, even though my anger was clearly visible on my face. Dad tried again. "Wait, let's settle this through discussion. We're still family. I'm sorry, but I don't think we can understand each other. You're unreasonable, so don't contact me again," I declared firmly. As they backed away from the doorway, shielding their eyes, I managed to keep them at bay. "Listen, this is the last time. Don't interfere in my life anymore. I don't have a family anymore, so no matter what happens, I won't know about it," I yelled. With those final words, I gave them a cold look and firmly closed the front door. They lingered at the entrance for a while, hoping to talk, but when I threatened to call the police, they finally left. In the days that followed, I received several letters from my father. It seems my parents are now staying at my aunt's house, my mother's sister. The letters contained pleas like, "Don't you feel sorry for us? Help us. Reading them, I felt genuinely sorry for my aunt, who is now burdened by the troublesome elderly couple. According to the third letter from my father, they had imposed the caregiving burden on my aunt, causing problems with her husband, and they were once again kicked out. Now they are living in a cheap apartment, trying to reclaim their house, but since the title transfer was done by my father himself, they can't get legal help, and their chances of success are slim. As for Kent, he hasn't divorced Maggie but lives separately, having carelessly got involved with another woman and now being labeled a cheater. That woman was a friend of Maggie's, which could have been a trap, but there's no evidence. The divorce talks began when Kent first claimed the family broke down because of my wife's infidelity and demanded compensation. Maggie countered by saying, "There's no proof I cheated while raising our child. In fact, it was my husband who was unfaithful, and she's now demanding a large sum in compensation, property division, and child support." Because of the unproven infidelity, the divorce negotiations are stalled, sinking deeper into trouble. It's a messy and frightening situation, almost like a joke. Meanwhile, after several job changes, I ended up marrying someone I met at work. Since it was a workplace romance, we were cautious about being seen in public, so we didn't go out much. Instead, we rented apartments close to each other and virtually lived together, spending most days at one of our places, a sort of semi-cohabitation. One day, casually, he said, "Hey, this actress finally got married. Should we get married too?" His light-hearted proposal remains a lovely memory. Because we are both simple people, a grand surprise wasn't necessary, and I appreciated that. Being someone who doesn't show much reaction, I would have felt sorry for him if he had gone for a big surprise. Life really does spring surprises on you. 2 years into our marriage, I was blessed with triplets. Having no siblings, dealing with young children was new and challenging for me. Handling one kid is tough, let alone 3. I started to complain. Thankfully, not only my husband but his family were also there to support us enthusiastically. I gave birth to a boy and 2 girls. When I found out, I vowed to lie to love them equally. But that vow wasn't necessary, as I naturally came to love all 3 deeply. With 3 kids, managing equal attention, like holding hands, isn't always possible. At such times, I'd say 100 steps each. After 100 steps, we switch, keeping it fun. However, kids are whimsical, sometimes saying, "Today I want to hold hands with Dad instead." Still, it seems they love both their father and mother equally, which is the greatest joy for me. Going forward, I hope to build a home where everyone can be happy, just as my name suggests. And as I was thinking this, I noticed the triplets boldly scribbling on the walls of our new house with crayons. Oh, stop that. That's not going to make Mom or Dad happy. Oh dear, they are so close and doing the same mischief together. Ah, now the walls are colorful. As I scrubbed the graffiti off, memories of childhood come flooding back. Once, my brother and I scribbled on the wall, but only he was scolded, and I was ignored as if I didn't exist. Now, watching my own kids, I realize it's right to scold them fairly. When my husband comes home and sees me cleaning, he laughs and says, "It's tough, but their creativity is really something and helps me clean." Experiencing this warms my heart. This is what family is about. Supporting each other, sometimes scolding, sometimes praising, but above all, loving each other. I'm experiencing things with this family that I never did as a child. Our triplet approached us quietly, saying sorry, and I hugged while gently teaching them, "Next time, let's draw on a tupper." Many challenges lie ahead. But with this family, I feel we can overcome anything. My life truly starts here. Tomorrow we'll draw on a large sheet of paper together. It will surely make a wonderful memory. With that thought, we start preparing dinner as a family. Today, too, I am grateful for another happy day. In an upscale residential area of Manhattan, Kelly Holmes stood by the window on the 3rd floor of the 5-story Holmes family luxury house. The sky, tinged with purple as the day waned, began to highlight the headlights of luxury cars passing by on the street. The cell phone of the 17-year-old girl vibrated. A message from her best friend Julia. "Kelly. Emergency. Did the police contact you? Your parents are really worried. Please reply soon." She stared at the screen. The police? Her parents are worried? She didn't understand. As she scrolled, more messages appeared. "Is it true you're missing? Where are you? Everyone is looking for you. Kelly's hands began to tremble, and a cold sensation surged through her body. She was definitely here. She had been staying here all week since her parents refused to take her to their wedding. "Julia, what are you talking about?" "I'm here." She sent the reply, and immediately her phone rang. Julia's voice was confused and shaky. "What?" "But your parents filed a missing person report. Haven't you seen Instagram? Everyone's looking at the posts from your parents." Kelly hurriedly opened Instagram. An unbelievable scene unfolded before her. A family photo taken in front of a luxury resort hotel under the blue skies of Hawaii, with palm trees swaying. Her mother in an elegant summer dress, her father in a fine linen suit, her sister Sandra in a designer dress, and her brother Chris in a casual branded suit. A perfect family vacation photo. And her mother's post read, "Our beloved daughter Kelly is missing, and this special day is filled with mixed emotions. We are cooperating with the police in the search, praying for her safety." Kelly's vision blurred. Nausea surged. She felt as if she might collapse right there. She leaned against a luxurious chair by the window, looking around the room. A white-themed interior, designer furniture, and a wall-to-wall bookshelf. Luxurious, yet with a somewhat cold atmosphere. A space that symbolized the 17 years of her life. This was the explanation her parents chose for not wanting her at the wedding. Missing. It all started on a morning in February. At breakfast, her usually cheerful mother announced something important. After living together for 25 years without marriage, her parents had finally decided to have a formal wedding. "It's in Hawaii. It'll be a small but lovely ceremony." Her mother, Beth, spoke as if she were talking about a dream. "Sandra, I want you to be my maid of honor." Kelly's sister, Sandra, cheered. "Mom, it's going to be a wonderful ceremony. We'll make everything perfect, from the dress to the hair and makeup." Kelly's father, Richard, smiled at her brother, Chris. "Chris, will you be my best man?" "Of course, Dad. It's an honor." No one looked at Kelly. Around the luxurious dining table, there was a family of 5. But only 4 were actually part of the conversation. Kelly was just there, merely existing. It had always been like that. Her sister and brother had always been the stars, the pride of their parents. Compared to them, Kelly was quite ordinary, with no particular talents to speak of. Just an average child, who might have seemed inferior to her parents, who already had exceptional children. At some point, Kelly began to be treated like she was just air. Initially, she felt out of place, but gradually, she came to accept her situation. The wedding preparations progressed rapidly. Every week, her mother and Sandra visited upscale boutiques, hunting for wedding and party dresses. The two shopping together looked more like best friends than mother and daughter. Her father and Chris went to a luxury tailor for tuxedos. Chris also showed interest in his father's passion for luxury cars, even planning the honeymoon drive. The living room overflowed with wedding planning materials, brochures from luxury hotels, first-class airline information, and detailed notes from meetings with the wedding planner. The family's conversation was always dominated by the wedding. For the decorations at the venue, these white roses are nice. For catering, let's go with a French and Italian fusion. The guest list already has over 100 people. Kelly quietly observed. She was hoping someone would notice her presence. But those hopes were consistently dashed. When the topic of a flower girl came up, for a moment, attention turned to her. But the conclusion came quickly. Sandra's 3-year-old daughter, Ashley, came to be their perfect choice. Ashley will be so cute. Yes, she's the perfect age. Everyone will want to take pictures of her. When her maternal grandmother, Dorothy, suggested that Kelly read a poem at the ceremony, her parents immediately rejected the idea. "We want a simple ceremony," her mother said. "No need for any unnecessary performances," her father added. Kelly painfully understood the true meaning behind those words. She was deemed an unnecessary presence. One evening in May, her father called out to her. "Kelly, can I talk to you for a moment?" In the living room, her mother was looking at pictures of the venue on an expensive tablet. When Kelly entered, her mother turned off the screen. "There's something about the wedding I need to discuss," her mother began, choosing her words carefully while sitting on the leather sofa set. "You." Her mother hesitated. "I think it's better if you don't attend." Kelly couldn't believe her ears. The air in the living room, surrounded by luxury furniture, seemed to freeze instantly. "What do you mean?" "Our wedding is going to be very elegant," her mother said, caressing the expensive Persian carpet with her toes. "You're not good with that sort of thing, are you?" "Not good with it." Kelly's voice trembled. The light from the luxurious chandelier suddenly felt too bright. "You don't want to invite me?" Her father cleared his throat from his custom leather armchair. "You're not suited for these kinds of events. You wouldn't handle it well like Sandra or Chris. But I'm your daughter." Kelly's voice echoed faintly in the spacious living room. "That's exactly why." Her mother interjected while absent-mindedly playing with her expensive necklace. "We don't want to embarrass you." At that moment, something inside Kelly crumbled. She felt as if she could hear the last bastion of her family, built over 17 years, collapsing. "Embarrassing?" Kelly's voice rose. The family photos displayed in the living room suddenly looked alien. "I'm your embarrassment." "Not in that way." Her mother stumbled over her words, nervously touching her expensive bracelet. "Then what do you mean?" Anger welled up inside her. "Your own daughter isn't invited." "How does that make sense?" "Kelly." Her father's voice grew stern. "Don't be selfish anymore." "Selfish?" Kelly chuckled bitterly. The family photo on the marble fireplace caught her eye. A perfectly staged facade of happiness. "Wanting to attend my own parents' wedding is selfish. You're always like this." Her mother sighed. "You never try to understand us. Do you know how important this wedding is to us?" "Understand?" Kelly's voice shook. "What about the 17 years I've spent trying to understand you? Have you ever tried to understand my feelings even once?" From that night on, Kelly stayed in her room. Within the expansive space, she felt herself becoming smaller and smaller. Luxurious furniture, designer lighting, and the latest audio equipment. Materially, she lacked nothing. But what was critically missing was love. Her meals were brought to her room by the housekeeper, Patty. Patty's gaze held sympathy, but she couldn't say anything. From her window, Kelly could see her family busy with wedding preparations. Her mother and Sandra returned home, arms laden with designer shopping bags. Her father and Chris went out in a luxury car for tuxedo fittings. Relatives and friends arrived one after another. No one knocked on Kelly's door. The morning before they left, Kelly asked her mother one more time, "Mom, am I really not allowed to attend the wedding?" Her mother looked up from the book she was reading, still seated in the reading chair by the window. "No, we didn't even get you a plane ticket." They hadn't bought her ticket. There was no seat for her on the family's first-class trip. It wasn't a mere oversight. From the start, they hadn't intended to include her in the plans. The next morning, the family left early. Kelly watched from the third-floor window as luggage was loaded into a luxury taxi. Her mother was dressed in the latest designer suit. Her father wore a custom luxury tie. Sandra donned a coveted brand dress, and Chris appeared in a casual yet fine suit. It was like a scene from a perfect family photo. In the morning light of the upscale neighborhood, they shone like they were on the cover of a magazine. However, Kelly was not there. No one looked back. No one said goodbye. It was as if she had never existed from the beginning. Photos were continuously posted on social media. A private beach at a luxury resort in Hawaii, captioned with "spending the best time as a family." A pre-wedding celebration at a 5-star hotel. "With my beloved family, experiencing the best moments of my life." May these happy times last forever. Tomorrow is our special day. The comments section was filled with congratulations. What a lovely family. The ideal family. I aspire to have a wonderful family like yours. Kelly stared at her expensive smartphone screen. There indeed was her family. In a luxurious place, dressed in expensive clothes, all with perfect smiles. Yet there was nothing to indicate her presence. The meals brought by Patty remained mostly untouched. In the spacious room, only time flowed slowly. The phone call came one evening, a week after the wedding. Kelly, did the police contact you? Your parents are really worried. Please reply soon. Julia's voice was urgent. There was a tension in her best friend's voice that was usually not there. Police? What are you talking about? Kelly's voice trembled. What? You don't know? Your parents filed a missing person report. Haven't you seen Instagram? Everyone is worried. With trembling hands, she opened Instagram. As she scrolled through, an unbelievable number of posts appeared. Her mother's post, "Our youngest daughter is missing, and this special day is filled with complex emotions. We are cooperating with the police in the search. Praying for her safety. Prayers for Kelly, tour beloved daughter, come home soon." Numerous comments were posted. "I'm so sorry. Hope she is found soon. Any clues from the police? How heartbreaking on such a day." Kelly's mind went blank. She felt like she might collapse onto the luxurious floor of her own room. Nausea surged. They knew. They knew she was here. That she was spending time in this room. That they had left her behind. Yet they lied about her being missing. As the evening light filtered into the luxurious room, Kelly stood up. Her parents' lies. They were the culmination of 17 years of neglect and exclusion. She began to prepare carefully. First, the day's newspaper. She placed it in a position where the date was clearly visible. Next, a selfie in her room. With the sunset through the window as the backdrop, her expression calm. Then, she started writing the post. "I am not missing. I am here in my room at home in Manhattan. My parents know I am here because they refused to take me to the wedding. They said, 'You don't fit in.' They didn't even buy me a ticket. They didn't prepare a dress for me. And now they are lying about me being missing. This is the truth. The ugly truth behind the facade of a perfect family." Before hitting the post button, she took a deep breath. A moment to end 17 years of silence. She pressed the button. The response was faster than expected. Within the first 30 minutes, comments and messages flooded in from friends and relatives. From friends: "Kelly, is this true? Unbelievable. Too cruel. Do you need anything? How can I help?" Messages also poured in from strangers. Kelly's post spread rapidly, accompanied by hashtags like "erase daughter," "fake family," "moment of truth." The family's response was not delayed. 10 missed calls from her mother. The voicemails were frantic. "Kelly, what are you doing? Delete this now. Think about our feelings." Messages also came from her siblings and father. After midnight, a call came. It was from her maternal grandmother, Dorothy. "Kelly." Her grandmother's voice was as warm as ever, yet that night it carried a special strength. "I've seen it all. The social media posts, the comments, and the missing person report." Tears streamed down Kelly's face uncontrollably. "Grandma, you've done well." Her grandmother's voice was gentle. "You've endured alone for 17 years. It's enough now. But I'm only 17, and my parents." Kelly's voice shook. "You don't need to worry about legal matters." Her grandmother reassured her with conviction. "I've spoken with your Uncle Jason. He has already arranged things with a lawyer." "Really?" Hope began to dawn for Kelly. That missing person report was the last straw. Her grandmother explained. "This isn't just a domestic issue. It's a clear case of abuse. The court will be on your side." The next morning, her grandmother outlined a concrete plan. "At 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow, Jason and I will come to pick you up. Just pack the essentials. Don't forget important documents. Your passport, insurance card, school records. You'll need everything." Kelly quietly began to prepare. Packing up 17 years of her life was challenging, but truly essential items were few. On the promised day, just as her parents' taxi, fresh from Hawaii, slid up to the front door, an unexpected scene unfolded. Her grandmother Dorothy and Uncle Jason were waiting, along with a lawyer dressed in a gray suit. They simply froze at the unexpected greeting. "Mom?" Beth's voice trembled. "Why are you here?" "We've come looking for our missing granddaughter." Dorothy's voice was laced with icy sarcasm. Richard stepped forward. "This is a family matter. Outsiders shouldn't." "Outsiders?" Dorothy interrupted. "Who falsely reported their daughter missing." She then pulled out a stack of documents. "Here's the evidence that Kelly has been in her room, including testimony from the housekeeper, Patty." The color drained from the parents' faces. "Kelly, come down," Dorothy called. Kelly began descending the stairs slowly, suitcase and a small bag in hand. Her 17 years of life were packed inside. "What are you thinking?" Richard confronted her, his high-end suit collar disheveled. "Making such a shameful post on social media. Is my post an embarrassing one?" Kelly looked directly at her father, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Or is it more embarrassing that my parents lied about me being missing?" "We were thinking of you too," Beth started to say. Tears streaked her suntanned cheeks. "Thinking of me." Kelly's voice rose. "Excluding me out from the trip?" "Faking my disappearance." A heavy silence filled the grand entrance hall. The crystal chandelier cast a cold light. "Why?" Kelly asked quietly. "Why missing?" "It's about appearances," Beth unexpectedly answered, nervously clutching her expensive handbag. "How could we tell anyone that our daughter refused to attend the wedding? Our reputation would be." "I refused." Kelly's voice quivered. "You excluded me. You've always been different," Beth shouted. "You never try to meet our expectations like Sandra and Chris. Always alone, always choosing a different path from us. So that makes it okay to erase me." No one answered. Shadows stretched across the marble floor as the evening deepened. "Kelly, let's go." Dorothy spoke gently. As Kelly headed towards the entrance with her luggage, Beth called out to her in a panic. "Wait." She rushed over, her designer high heels clicking on the floor. "You're still a minor. You can't just." "That's enough." Dorothy interrupted calmly. "Look at this." The lawyer produced new documents. "These are petition papers for the court." The lawyer's voice resonated. "Evidence of abuse and neglect. False missing person reports on social media. It's all recorded. Are you trying to threaten us?" Richard's voice was a low growl. "It's not a threat." The lawyer continued evenly. "It's a presentation of facts. We hope to proceed amicably from here." The parents were at a loss for words. A heavy silence fell in the ornately decorated entrance. Before heading to the taxi, Kelly turned back one last time. Her parents stood frozen at the entrance of the luxury house. Beth wiped her tears with a luxury brand handkerchief, while Richard looked off into the distance with a stern face. 17 years. Kelly's voice echoed quietly. "In the 17 years of my life, have you ever truly seen me as part of the family?" There was no response. Instead, the evening breeze was the only answer. The taxi started to move. Dorothy quietly held Kelly's hand. "It's the beginning of a new chapter, Kelly." From the backseat window, the luxury house gradually became smaller. A place filled with 17 years of memories. A stage for a family that was perfect only in pretense. The place where she was erased. Tears streamed down her cheeks. But they were not tears of sadness. They were tears of liberation, the first step towards a new life. That night, Kelly's post became national news. Wealthy family alienates teen daughter, modern family's darkness revealed through social media. The true voice of a missing girl. The hidden side of a perfect family image. There were requests for interviews from TV stations. Newspapers wanted interviews. Publishing houses offered book deals. However, Kelly turned them all down. She wasn't ready yet. She wanted to focus on reclaiming herself. Instead, she began to write. On her blog, she shared her honest feelings. "I am no longer the erased one. This is the start of my new story. For those tired of playing the perfect family, you are not alone." St. Mary's High School was worlds apart from the private high school in Manhattan that Kelly had attended. There was no competition for brand-name goods. Instead, there were warm smiles and genuine words. On the first day, a classmate named Jessica approached her naturally. "You're new, right? Want to have lunch together?" Kelly hesitated for a moment. This was an act of kindness without any expectation of return, something she had never experienced before. Students who had seen her posts on social media did not pry unnecessarily. "Kelly, look at this." One day during lunch, Jessica handed her the school newspaper. "The literary club is looking for writers." Kelly was intrigued. She had always been good at writing, but her parents had dismissed it as a waste of time. Study business or law, they would say. "Why don't you try?" Jessica encouraged her. "I think you have talent." From that day, Kelly began to write. It started with journal-like short pieces. Gradually, she moved on to stories and poems. By expressing her emotions through words, she felt the burdens inside her lighten. Her first short story in the school newspaper, "The Voice of the Erased Girl," received more feedback than expected. A story of a girl ignored by her family and falsely declared missing. The true story, presented as fiction, drew remarkable attention. A girl raised to be invisible, breathing quietly under the mask of a perfect family. And the day she decided to raise her voice, she washed away the false label of missing with the truth. "Kelly, this is an amazing piece," said Mizu Baker, her literature teacher, in a quiet voice. "Your words have a soul." Kelly's story spread beyond the school. It was featured in local newspapers, recommended for literary awards, and shared widely online. Unexpected responses arrived. An email from her mother, Beth. "I read it. For the first time, I might understand the weight of what we've done. Your words have opened my eyes." A message from her sister, Sandra. "I never truly considered how you felt. We were so focused on playing perfect that we lost sight of what was important. I'm sorry." A letter from her brother, Chris. "We pretended not to notice. That was our greatest sin. Your courage exposed the falsehoods in our family." Kelly's story resonated with people she never expected. One day, a call came from an unknown number. "Hello, is this Kelly?" A calm woman's voice. "I'm your father's sister." "Your Aunt Megan." Kelly gasped. The aunt who appeared in only one family photo at her home. The one rumored to have been ostracized by the family. 20 years ago, I was also erased from the family. Megan's voice continued. As someone who didn't fit the perfect family image. Back then, no one had the courage to speak up. The conversation with Megan gave Kelly a new perspective. The Holmes family has a tradition of erasing passed down through generations. Megan's voice held old pain. "I wanted to be a painter, but it was deemed unsuitable for the family stature. I was opposed by our parents and denied by your father. And eventually it was made to seem as though I had run away." Kelly took notes with trembling hands. The family's twisted tradition, invisible chains, and the stories of those who tried to break them. One day, the results from the state's Young Writers Contest arrived. Mizu Kelly Holmes, your work, The Erased Ones, The Truth Behind the False Missing Person Report, has been selected as the first prize winner in the high school category. She celebrated by hugging her grandmother. The story was also prominently featured in the local newspaper. And then, another unexpected response came. An email from her father, Richard. "Congratulations. We failed to understand your talent. No, we chose not to understand. Trapped by the so-called tradition of the Holmes family. About Megan and about you." The email from her father continued. "We were captivated by the illusion of a perfect family. Only now do I realize how great the cost has been. Losing Megan, and then you. Perhaps it was a curse-like chain within the Holmes family." A lengthy email also arrived from her mother. "Every day, I reread your article. We tried to erase your very existence with the lie of missing that was the lowest act as a mother. I don't expect to be forgiven, but your voice has certainly reached us." Kelly did not reply. She felt it wasn't time yet. Instead, she began writing a new novel, The Genealogy of the Erased, the story of 3 generations of erased individuals in the Holmes family. Aunt Megan's dreams of being a painter, and her own experiences. Each time she wrote, it felt as though a weight was being lifted from her heart. Words were freeing her. Kelly. Her grandmother said one day in the garden, "You are the first in our family to speak up. Do you realize how much hope you've given to so many?" Indeed, her voice had reached. One day, her parents came to visit her grandmother's house. "We want to talk," her father said, his voice softer than ever. Kelly looked towards her grandmother, who nodded quietly. "We've been foolish." Her mother's voice trembled. "We never truly saw you, and we hurt you in the worst way. Why the missing lie?" Kelly finally asked the question she had longed to know. "It was embarrassing," her father answered. "We were afraid of our perfect family image breaking. But in the end, we made the worst choices." Kelly listened in silence. "We're not asking for forgiveness." Her mother continued. "But we completely misjudged your talent, your very existence. We want to acknowledge that." Kelly did not accept her parents' apology. It was still too soon. However, something within her had begun to change. She no longer needed her parents' approval. She no longer needed to meet her family's expectations. She had her own story to tell. As spring arrived, Kelly stood in her grandmother's garden, holding a college acceptance letter. She had been accepted to the prestigious creative writing program at a state university. Her parents, in the past, would have staunchly opposed her choice to pursue literature. Now, however, she had the freedom to choose her own path in life. The flowers in her grandmother's garden seemed incomparably more beautiful than they had been a year ago. Contacts from her family had become rare. She received occasional messages from her mother, such as, "I read your new novel. I am proud of your talent." A formal card from her father arrived on her birthday. But lately, the words had begun to warm slightly. She also received text messages from her brother, who seemed to feel some pangs of conscience. "Heard you won another award for your new work? That's amazing." And then an invitation came from her sister. "If it's okay with you. Maybe this Christmas." Yet these no longer disturbed her peace of mind. Kelly had gained the strength to make her own choices at her own pace. Her story, The Voice of the Erased Girl, had become nationally recognized. It delved into a family's twisted affection, the modern weapon of social media, and the extreme lie of missing. The tale resonated deeply with many people. There were even interview requests from TV stations. Your experience is giving courage to many young people. However, Kelly felt she was not yet ready for that. She wanted to focus on writing her own story. As graduation approached, Kelly wrote a letter to her grandmother. "Dear grandmother, a year has passed since you rescued me that day. This year, I've learned a lot. That family doesn't necessarily mean blood relations. That love is not conditional. And above all, that I have worth. When my parents declared me missing ironically, I found my true self. That lie gave me the strength to tell my truth. There may still be challenges ahead, but I am no longer afraid, because I have discovered who I truly am, with all my love. Kelly. The gentle spring sunlight illuminated the flowers in the garden. Now, she could walk her own path on her own terms, no longer erased by anyone. And more importantly, she could tell her own story. That is her greatest victory. We don't need a burden like you anymore. We can't take care of you any longer. Why would you say that? How am I supposed to live on my own if I can't see? Living with 3 people is economically tough. It's easier just being 2 of us, and we want to live more comfortably from now on. Don't interfere with our lives. Being told this all of a sudden, I can't think of anything. Why don't you contact your grandparents? Maybe they can arrange a place for you to live. That's how I ended up moving to my grandparents' house. 12 years have passed, and suddenly my parents came to my place. You started your own company. Now that you're a CEO, we hope you can take care of us too. What are you saying all of a sudden? We're not family anymore. There's no need for me to take care of you. Is that how you speak to your parents? My parents were surprised to be spoken to like that. I am Margaret, and I attend a public junior high school. I have been visually impaired since birth, and I cannot see. Despite this, my parents loved and cared for me when I was little. They were by my side, supporting and encouraging me. Sometimes I feel down because I cannot see, but having my parents with me helped me regain a positive attitude, and I felt I could overcome any difficulties. My parents supported me despite my visual impairment, treating me kindly no matter the circumstances back then. Despite the difficulties my blindness must cause them, they never spoke harshly to me. Even when I occasionally felt down and voiced my frustrations, they understood and responded warmly. If you ever have trouble at school, tell us right away. We are always here to support you. Thank you for saying that. Things are going well for now, so don't worry. But if anything comes up, I'll be sure to tell you immediately. Don't worry, I'll drive you to and from school every day, no matter how busy I am. I'll always make time. And if there's anything you want, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. Even though I chose a school that's a bit far, you've made all my wishes come true, and I'm very happy. Since you struggle more than others on a daily basis, it's only natural for us to support you this much. But you shouldn't worry about being different from others. Honestly, there are times when I lose confidence in myself. At least once a month I feel down. But even in those times, having you both around helps me get through it, Mom, Dad. I'm glad you feel that way. As your parents, we're sorry for any burden we may have caused you. We'll do everything we can to help. You don't need to worry, Mom, Dad. It's nobody's fault that I can't see, so I'd be happy if you could continue as usual without any worries. Of course, being able to see would be more convenient, but your kindness matters more to me, so I don't worry too much. Thanks to your support, I can stay positive, and I've been able to make many friends because of it. I am truly grateful to you both for your warm support at all times. Although there are many challenges because I cannot see, I hardly feel any inconvenience thanks to your help. Furthermore, at school, my friends are very kind, so I rarely have any troubles, and if there's a problem, someone always lends a hand. While I think I shouldn't rely too much on others, having a visual impairment means I inevitably need help from those around me. I feel bad about it, but my friends are always kind to me. Margaret, if you ever have any trouble, please tell us anytime. It must be hard at school without your parents, so feel free to rely on us. Thanks to you all, I'm enjoying my school life. It would have been very difficult without everyone. I know you struggle with many things regularly, Margaret. If you have any troubles, please feel free to consult us anytime. You don't have to force yourself to talk about things that are difficult to say. Don't worry, Mom, Dad. I feel comfortable discussing anything with you all, even things that are hard to tell the teachers. When you say things like that, Margaret, it makes me feel a bit shy. You've had a lot of struggles because you can't see. It makes me realize that seeing is not something to take for granted. Being blind has its challenges, but I'm really happy that I've been able to make friends like this. If it weren't for my condition, maybe we wouldn't have become friends. When I think about it, there are some good things about being blind. I think it's wonderful that you can stay so positive, Margaret. You must have a lot of great people around you. Really, if you have any problems, let me know right away. Thank you always. I'll continue to appreciate everyone's kindness. As the days went by, graduation day approached. I felt very sad about graduating because I had received so much help from everyone. Feeling this way, I was suddenly called by my parents for a talk. Usually, my parents would come to my room to talk, so being summoned made me a bit anxious. Wondering what it was about, I went to my parents, who then spoke with a serious tone. Margaret, have you thought about what you want to do after graduating from junior high? I want to go to high school. It would be best if I could go to the same high school as my friends. I think public schools are less expensive than private ones. Even public schools cost money. We don't have that kind of spare money, so you'll need to work after you graduate. I feel bad for making it tough on you, but I really want to go to high school. I'll get a job after graduating from high school and pay back the school fees. So, please. We can't afford it. We've decided to support you only until middle school. We don't want to support you through high school. I really appreciate the support you've given me so far, Mom, Dad. But I think graduating from high school will increase my future income when I start working. No matter how you argue, we can't afford to send you to high school. If you won't work, the only option is for you to leave this house. Why are you being so cold all of a sudden? You've always been close to me, and I'm shocked to see your attitude change so suddenly. Middle school is compulsory education, so we had no choice. Graduating from high school won't make much difference in your salary. If you don't work, it's as if there was no point in having you. I've never heard such a thing before, and I didn't know you felt this way. What was all the kindness until now? Please, let me go to high school. We've endured whatever dissatisfaction we had because it would be troublesome if you failed during compulsory education. So there's no need to be kind to you anymore. Suddenly, my parents became strict, as if they were completely different people. The kindness and gentleness they had shown before disappeared so suddenly that I couldn't understand why. I couldn't keep up with how much they changed, and I was even more confused because they didn't explain anything to me. I don't ever recall being told to work after graduating middle school, and being suddenly told to do so left me unprepared. My parents didn't consider what I say, and I was at a loss for how to respond. Until then, I had thought my parents were truly wonderful people, and I was even grateful to be their child. But suddenly, it was the complete opposite. Why did my parents have to be them? In the meantime, I decided to give it some time, calm my feelings, and then talk about high school again. Dad, Mom, I want you to listen to me. I plan to start my own company in the future and make a lot of money. I want to give back to you two as a way to show my gratitude. You're blind. How can such a reckless dream ever come true? Where in this world is there a blind CEO? That's right, becoming a CEO is impossible. Once you graduate from middle school, start working immediately and hand over all your salary. That's what we expect from you. I've been supported by you both and my friends, so now I want to be someone else's support. That's why I want to create a place where visually impaired people can shine. For that, I want to study business management in high school and college. That's impossible, so give up on such thoughts. There's no way we can see that happening. It's enough if you just get a normal job. Why don't you understand even after all we've said? Mom, Dad, why can't you understand my feelings? Before, you were always on my side. You would have surely supported this dream too. We already talked about this. We've been patient only until compulsory education ends. We're saying you won't be able to go to high school, let alone college. That's out of the question. So you should start working immediately after middle school ends. Why don't you understand? I really want to start my own company and contribute to society with people who have visual impairments. If you have any affection left for me, I wish you would watch over me a little longer. When I become a CEO and start earning a lot, I'll be able to give back to you in a much bigger way. What will you do if the company doesn't succeed? If it fails and you end up in debt, are you planning to push that responsibility onto us? How selfish can you be? We will never approve. There's no other way than working after middle school ends, so thinking about anything else is pointless. If you really say you won't work after middle school, then you have no choice but to leave this house. Why is it like this? What am I supposed to do if I leave this house alone? I can't even focus on my exam studies. What should I do? Why don't you contact your grandmother? Maybe she can help you find a place to live. Studying isn't a waste, after all. But if you want to stay in this house, the only way is to work after you graduate middle school. My parents wouldn't listen to me at all, and I was deeply hurt by their attitude. The most shocking thing was that they even told me to leave the house. They suggested relying on my grandparents, but in reality, I wasn't very close to them, and it seemed they also found my visual impairment troublesome. They were never kind to me. So, I never intended to rely on them from the start. Still, I couldn't give up on starting my own business, and I faced a situation where I must seriously consider my future path. I couldn't discuss this with my friends, and I had to figure it out alone. It was the first time I had something I couldn't talk to my friends about. I had no idea what to do next and felt completely lost. Feeling uneasy, I returned home and tried to open the door, but for some reason, the key wouldn't go in. Wondering why, I decided to press the doorbell. Soon I heard my mother's voice. "Mom, it's me. I can't get the key in, and I can't open the front door. Could you open it from inside?" Of course the key doesn't fit. We changed the locks on the front door. Why should I have to open it? I have no intention of letting you in the house, and I'm not going to give you a new key. You changed the locks? I had no idea. What do you mean I can't enter the house? Mom, what are you saying? We don't need a burden like you anymore. We can't take care of you any longer, so don't come back here. Why would you say that? How am I supposed to live on my own if I can't see? It's too sudden to understand. And a burden. Are you really saying that to your own child? I don't consider you my daughter anymore. You don't need to think of us as your parents either. Just find a way to live on your own somewhere we don't know. Is that really how you feel? Are you saying it's my fault I can't see? I wished I had been born without any disabilities just like everyone else. Why do I have to go through this? It's because you keep saying things like wanting to go to high school or start a business, which make no sense. If you had just worked as we told you, we wouldn't have had to kick you out of the house. You've brought this on yourself. Then my father's voice joined in. Living with 3 people is economically tough. It's easier just being 2 of us, and we want to live more comfortably from now on. Don't interfere with our lives. Being told this all of a sudden. I can't think of anything. Why don't you contact your grandparents? Maybe they can arrange a place for you to live. Am I really being so unreasonable? Just for wanting to go to high school, I have to endure this treatment? I can't understand what you are saying at all. It turned out that the front door locks were intentionally changed. I never imagined I would be treated like this. The support until that time was just because they expected me to work, and as soon as I expressed a desire to continue to high school, their attitude changed completely, as if it had flipped 180 degrees. Certainly, having a disability would make me more troublesome compared to a child without one, but I never thought I would be abandoned by my own parents. If they had told me this from the start, maybe I could have prepared myself mentally, but being told so suddenly, there's no way I could handle it right away. It seemed my parents were nearly unanimous in their thinking, but I still held a strong desire not to give up on my dream of starting a business. Of course, I fully understood the difficulties and barriers associated with having a disability, but my desire to realize this dream on my own remains unshaken. There was also anxiety that I, being blind, might be ridiculed for attempting this challenge, but still, I had no choice but to move forward to achieve my dream. I decided to take on this challenge to fulfill my dream. As the first step, I thought it was necessary to arrange a place to live, so I decided to ask if I could stay at my grandparents' house. Upon arriving at my grandparents' house and pressing the doorbell, my grandmother appeared. "Margaret, is that you? What's the matter all of a sudden? Were we expecting you today? I'm sorry for coming suddenly. I've been kicked out of the house and have nowhere else to go. Can I stay here for a while?" Being told this all of a sudden, it's difficult to take care of someone blind. It's impossible for us. I don't know what you did, but you should apologize properly and ask to be let back into your home. I've talked about it many times, but we're at an impasse. I've been practically thrown out and I can't even think of them as my parents anymore. Please let me stay here. I won't be a bother to you, Grandma, Grandpa. Even if you say that, it's impossible for us. If you're going to resent someone, resent your own parents. Aren't we all family? Do I have to be treated this way just because I'm blind? What am I supposed to do? It's easy for you to think that way. You don't understand how hard it is to live with someone who is blind. We're old, too. We're already overwhelmed with just ourselves. If even you abandon me, I won't be able to live on. Is it really so hard to live with me? I do everything I can on my own. No matter how much I plead or explain my situation, my grandmother's attitude did not change, and she had no intention of taking care of me. Watching her maintain this stance, I struggled to understand how she could say such cold things to her own granddaughter. While I understood that living with someone with a visual impairment is very difficult, it should not be my own fault that I have this disability. If I had recognized earlier what I should do on my own, the situation then might have been quite different. Thanks to the support from my parents, I was able to go that far. Having that support suddenly disappear was extremely painful and hard for me to bear. Realizing I could no longer rely on my family, I reluctantly decided to ask my friends for help. As I walked, I was overwhelmed by memories of recent events, and my emotions started to whirl so intensely that I couldn't move. Unable to walk properly as my body wouldn't cooperate, I finally called a friend and asked them to meet me at the nearby station. "You called me out of the blue. I was surprised. What happened? I've never seen you so down. Something serious must have happened, right?" I was suddenly kicked out by my parents. I was so desperate that I went to my grandparents' house, but they wouldn't let me in either and said horrible things. I was at a loss. I can't believe it. To do such things to their own daughter and granddaughter. They're not family. Let's go to my house for now. You can stay with me for a while. I can't do that. I'll try to persuade my parents one more time, even if it seems hopeless. I don't think they'll understand, but I have to try. I think that's best too, but from what you've told me, it sounds difficult. Changing the locks on the house isn't normal. It doesn't seem like something you'd just think of all of a sudden. They must have been planning it. Yeah, it's unthinkable, really. I still can't believe they've changed so much. I used to think I was lucky to be born to my parents who always put me first. The parents you knew before were just pretending. You might not want to believe it and it might be hard to accept, but I think this attitude now is their true nature. It's tough, but I guess I have to accept reality. I know it might be a bother, but can I lean on you just a little bit? I'll start working part-time once I go to high school and contribute to living expenses. Why don't you live with me then? I was planning to start living on my own when I got to high school anyway. It's not a big place, but it should be enough for the two of us. I'll help you out if anything happens. Thank you. I'm so grateful. I'm sorry to drag you into this. Is it okay with your family that I come to your house? My dad and mom love you too, Margaret. They'll understand if we talk to them. We can commute together from my house until you graduate from middle school. I really have nothing but gratitude. I'll make sure to do everything I can on my own and help out. If your parents find it tough, just let me know, and I'll leave right away. I wouldn't allow that. I've always been an only child, so having you around is like having a sister, which makes me happy. Thanks to my friend, I was able to find a place to live. I had never imagined being kicked out of my family home, and I was shocked by the suddenness of the event. Could a middle school student imagine being abandoned by their family? Yet I was facing such a situation, and I felt the pain of potentially causing more trouble to my friend and their family. I strongly felt that I must become able to support myself. To do that, I needed to find ways to become independent. Specifically, I was thinking of starting a part-time job to earn my own money and reduce the burden on my friend and their family as much as possible. I was increasingly facing a situation where I could no longer just rely on my friend's help. Months have passed since I was kicked out, and during that time, there were absolutely no contact from my parents, nor any news from them. My friend was also surprised and confused by this situation. Even though they kicked you out, aren't they worried about where you're living? If you're not at your grandparents' either, normally anyone would think there might be something wrong. It's really terrible that they haven't contacted you at all. I think so too. Since my parents and grandparents were estranged, they probably don't think I'm at my grandparents'. But still, they should at least call to check on me. That's how it was, huh? You weren't lucky with either your parents or your grandparents. It's amazing how well you have turned out. You did not stray off the righteous path despite being around such people. I've decided to stop thinking about my family. It was an unpleasant experience, but I think I can become a person who understands other people's pain. I'll use this as a springboard to achieve my dreams. I really admire your positivity, Margaret. I wish I could live like that. I think I'd be hurt and give up. I wasn't blessed with family, but I have a friend like you. That's why I'm going to study hard to repay you and your family. You don't need to repay me. We're friends, and it's natural to help when someone's in trouble. Like I said before, I'm happy to have a sister. After living with my friend for a few months, I was able to graduate from middle school. Eventually, I firmly decided to go to high school, studied hard, and entered as a scholarship student. As a result, I was able to enjoy my high school life without worrying about tuition. If I had followed the path my parents suggested back then, I wouldn't have experienced the fulfilling days I have now. Thanks to my friend's help, I was able to grow and learn in this environment, and I am truly grateful for that. Since entering high school, I've carried a strong determination to achieve my dreams, no matter what. I devoted myself to my studies every day and worked part-time, making the most of my time and efforts. My hard work paid off, and I earned a recommendation for university during my high school years. With this recommendation, I was able to move on to university smoothly, without taking entrance exams. Additionally, the university scholarship program relieved me of financial burdens, allowing me to focus entirely on my studies, which was a tremendous help. In this way, I was able to walk the path I had always wanted. 12 years have passed, and suddenly, my parents came to see me. The suddenness of it left me completely stunned. "We finally found you. Why didn't you call your parents even once? You're still the same as ever." "Oh, it's you." "Who didn't call who? After what you did, you have the nerve to show up now. What's wrong with visiting our own daughter? Have you forgotten how much we supported you? You've completely changed since we last saw you. It's been 12 years since I was kicked out of the house. I will never forget that incident. At that time, being thrown out meant I no longer had a family. From your current perspective, such things might not seem like a big deal anymore, right? I heard through the grapevine that you've started your own business and are successful. You're a CEO now, aren't you? So what? I don't need you playing parents now. You have no idea how much that ordeal hurt me. As my parents came to know, I have indeed founded my own company and have been successful as its CEO. I majored in business administration in college, and now I run a business that serves people with visual impairments, which is progressing smoothly. My income is likely much higher than if I had just gotten a job after middle school graduation. However, this is the result of clawing my way up from being abandoned by my family, not because they were positively involved. Now that they claim to be my parents, I cannot forgive them. The friend who supported me during those times works at my company under better conditions. It's my way of giving back to her. No matter that we're blood-related, I no longer want anything to do with my parents. I don't intend to have anything to do with you anymore, so don't come back. We can live as strangers. Just because I've succeeded doesn't mean I owe you anything. Don't be so cold. We helped you, remember? Have you forgotten that? You told me to work instead of going to high school and kicked me out, and now you dare to act superior? You're beyond insensitive. There's nothing more to discuss, so please leave. We're in trouble now. Your father lost money gambling. We just need enough to cover that debt. Can you pay it? Don't make it sound like I'm the only one with debts. You not only racked up debt but also cheated. We were supposed to pretend to be a couple just for today, and now your actions have ruined everything. Why bring that up now? Can't you do anything right? You're the one who spoiled the plan. It's only right that you get divorced. It appears that both of my parents have accumulated debts and have grown tired of each other, leading to their separation. Honestly, their troubles have nothing to do with me, but knowing they are struggling gives me a slight sense of relief. Somehow, it makes me feel a bit better. I can't believe they pretended to be a couple just to show up in front of me after hearing rumors about me. It's too convenient to ask for money just because we're related by blood. I prefer to repay my friend and their parents to the best of my ability, rather than my own parents. Talking to these people is a waste of time, so I decided to call security to have them removed. At that moment, my mother gathered all her strength and pleaded with me. Please. From now on, I will be by your side to support you. Let's live together. I no longer need a mother. I have a housekeeper at home, and I'm happily married. You're married? You didn't even report it. You have to contact your parents when you get married. What were you thinking? You told me to live as a stranger, so I was adopted by my friend's parents. You're no longer my parents or family, so there's no need to report my marriage to you. I guess we did do that. Are we really beyond help? Realizing there was nothing they could do, my parents turned pale and left without a word. Both must be deeply troubled by their debts. It's outrageous how they kicked me out and only approach me when they're in trouble. I have no intention of helping my parents in the future, no matter what happens. It seems they also went to my grandparents, but it appears they were turned away there too. I expected it, but it makes me chuckle to actually think about their situation. When I shared this with my friend, she laughed too. They got what they deserved for treating you so badly. I feel a bit better now. I was really surprised when they showed up at the company. Being blind helped me remain calm in handling the situation. If they had believed in and supported you like I did, things might have turned out differently. I'm so happy to be working with you, Margaret. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. I've come this far supported by you and your parents. I'm truly grateful. I'm grateful too. I'll continue to support you as we move forward. You may be the CEO at the company, but if you ever have any trouble, just tell me, and I'll be there to help. As a result of cutting me off and belittling me, my parents ended up suffering. Still, human nature doesn't change easily. Even if I had continued to obey my parents and lived with them, our family relationship would have inevitably broken down sooner or later. Unable to repay their debts, my parents eventually had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. Afterwards, having no one to rely on, they ended up living alone. On the other hand, I recently found out I am pregnant, and I feel that I can look forward to an even richer life ahead. I think the reason I feel so happy now is that I am deeply bonded with my partner in trust and love, and I feel our bond growing stronger every day. Looking back, when I graduated from middle school, I was terribly anxious about my future. Reflecting on it now, the anxiety I felt then seems almost like a lie. I realize that I have achieved my current happiness through my own efforts and the support of the people around me. There will surely be various difficulties and challenges ahead, but I plan to overcome each one together with my partner. I am prepared to face any challenge to build a happy family and walk towards a bright future with my child. In the office bathed in morning sunlight, I was staring at my wedding ring. It gleamed under the light, embodying the hope for a new life that was about to begin. My name is Maria. I am 28 years old, and I work at the company my father manages, known as the president's daughter. Fearful of being labeled as a nepotism hire, I have been working desperately to build up my achievements since joining the company. Now, many employees recognize my capabilities. The person who has been my support is my husband, Raphael, who joined the company in the same year as me. Since he was assigned to my team, he has always been willing to offer advice and support. Raphael, diligent and competent, is highly regarded within the company, and even my father has given his full approval. Things moved swiftly, and soon we were meeting with his family. I met his stepsister Rena for the first time at a meeting after our engagement. Though still in her early 20s, she gave the impression of being beautiful and intelligent. However, there was something cold lurking in her eyes. "You are going to be my brother's wife," she said. Rena's words were polite, but there was a dismissive tone to them. I had heard that Raphael lost his father when he was young and had been living with his mother. There was no mention of Rena. I later learned that Rena was the child of Raphael's mother's second husband, who had suddenly appeared when Raphael was in high school. Why hadn't she been brought along when they remarried? The question crossed my mind, but I hesitated to ask for more details. The first signs of unease surfaced during the wedding preparations. "This dress seems like it would suit me too," said Rena with a meaningful smile as she touched my wedding dress in the fitting room. Her fingertips seemed almost as if they were trying to snatch the dress away. I felt a moment of fear. However, the ceremony went smoothly, and I had almost forgotten about this feeling. But about 2 months after the wedding, I began to feel uneasy again. It was an accumulation of trivial incidents. For example, while I was preparing dinner, Rena would suddenly visit. "Good evening, Raphael." "Hard day at work?" "Maria, may I join you in cooking?" she would ask in her polite manner, which at first seemed considerate. But the pattern that followed was always the same. "Oh, this seasoning is too strong for Raphael's taste," she would say. Or, "Raphael doesn't like vegetables cut this way," subtly but surely making changes to my cooking, acting as if she knew his preferences inside out. "I'm really happy having you around," Raphael would say. "Maria, please listen to whatever Rena says. She's had it tough," he would add. What exactly was tough for her, I didn't get to ask in detail at that time. However, there was a strange tension in Raphael's demeanor, as if he was harboring a secret. Rena also invariably found a way to insert herself into our plans for days off. If we were going to see a movie, she would cheerfully say, "A movie with Raphael sounds wonderful. I want to come too." If we went shopping, she would claim, "I know Raphael's taste the best," and proceed to pick out clothes she thought he would like. And Raphael accepted, even seemed delighted by, all of Rena's actions. At this point, it could be said that Raphael's behavior towards Rena had moved beyond adoration and into the realm of abnormal devotion. Just as I was starting to feel this discomfort, I learned a surprising truth during our monthly dinner with my mother-in-law. When Raphael left the table, my mother-in-law started a conversation that weighed heavily on me. "Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about regarding Rena," she began, hesitating for a moment before continuing with a resolved expression. "Rena is my daughter from my previous husband. We got together when Raphael was in high school." "What? That girl, her biological father. She suffered terrible treatment from him. When I learned about it, I brought her into our current family, and only then could she start living a normal life. When I brought Rena, Raphael's father had already passed away. But Raphael accepted her as his sister. That's why he still treats her so special." Hearing my mother-in-law's words, I felt a thaw in the discomfort I had been experiencing. Raphael's excessive protection and Rena's attachment might be influenced by their painful past. However, this also raised new questions. Why hadn't Raphael told me about this before we got married? A few days later, I decided to ask Raphael directly. When did Rena become your sister? I didn't miss the moment his expression tensed. Ah, did Mom tell you? Yes, it was when my father remarried my mom, he replied. No further explanation was given. Whenever I tried to ask more, he would change the subject or suddenly remember an errand and leave the table. He never touched on the story I had heard from his mother. Then, a decisive event occurred. It happened just as we were planning our honeymoon. Hey, since it's a special occasion, why don't we take Rena with us, Raphael suggested. I was astonished by his words. Thinking it was a joke, I lightly dismissed the suggestion while rejecting the proposal. Even though Raphael deeply cared for Rena, I never thought he would actually bring her on our honeymoon. However, tada, surprise. Rena is coming with us too. In the airport lobby, Rena suddenly appeared with Raphael, who was holding her suitcase, and I couldn't believe my eyes. What? What does this mean? So Rena is coming on the honeymoon too? I told you, she was feeling lonely and wanted to join. Raphael answered as if it had been previously agreed upon. Wait. I'm sure I said no. And, before I could finish, Rena interrupted in a whining tone. Maria, am I not allowed? I want to be part of my brother's precious memories. At that moment, I felt the stares of those around us, as if it had all been calculated. Look, everyone is watching. Are you going to make Rena cry? Raphael's voice lowered. I stood frozen, my mind going blank. Is this really happening? To face such a scene on the morning of our honeymoon? But what about Rena's ticket? Here, give me your ticket. I paid for it, so I will decide how to use it. Just then, my phone rang. It was from my father. Seeing the call from my father, I made up my mind. I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore. With an apology, I walked away from the scene. Raphael and Rena's voices echoed behind me, but I did not look back. I left the airport and immediately hailed a taxi. I headed back to my parents' house. While in the car, I returned the call from my father, and the response I received was unexpected. Maria, there's been a report from the company's accounting department. His voice was grave, signaling an event that would significantly alter my life. He said it was an important matter, so we decided to discuss it at the company the next day. The following day, upon arriving at work, my father called me into his office. Maria, there's something we need to talk about, he said, his expression somber. There are some concerning matters regarding Raphael's family. He placed documents on the desk, which showed substantial loans taken out under Raphael's name. These were borrowings using the company's welfare benefits system. A significant amount is being withdrawn every month. Besides, there are several other loans from consumer finance companies. My head went blank. Raphael was in debt, and it was a substantial amount. And there's another thing, my father continued, delivering even more shocking news about Raphael's sister. Rena, there are some discrepancies in her background, he revealed. According to my father, upon investigating Rena's background, facts emerged that differed from what the stepmother had claimed. It's highly probable that she is not Raphael's stepsister. At least the family registry does not indicate that. What? Moreover, the claim that they met when Raphael was in high school. My father's words seemed to reach me in slow motion. According to police records, Rena was living under a completely different name until 2 years ago. A different name. My voice trembled. My father nodded quietly. Her real name is Lucille Torres. Until 3 years ago, she worked in a nightclub in Brooklyn. Then she disappeared suddenly, and when she reappeared, she was living as Raphael's sister. But my mother-in-law said, Raphael's mother is also involved in this matter. Some of the debts are in her name as well. My father's words made all the past events flash before my eyes like a revolving lantern. Raphael's abnormal attachment, the vague past spoken by the stepmother, Rena's unnatural behavior. Actually, my father paused, choosing his words carefully. Recently, Raphael has started to dip into the company's funds. At that moment, my phone showed a notification. The screen displayed an email with the subject honeymoon cancellation fee. My heart raced. Tentatively, I opened the email to find a cancellation of the trip booked in my name, along with a confirmation for a new reservation for 3 people. "What is Raphael doing?" I murmured. My father continued apologetically. "I checked with the police. It seems that Rena has a criminal record. She was part of a special fraud group, extorting money from several men. It can't be. And among her accomplices at that time was the name of Raphael's mother." Suddenly, everything from the moment I met Raphael started to connect. Why Raphael suddenly approached me, why he rushed to marry me, the president's daughter, and why he kept the existence of Rena hidden until the end. Dad. Is Raphael going to be the next president of the company? My father shook his head sadly. No. The next president is you. Once again, my phone rang. It was a message from Raphael. "Sorry, but could you front the money for the honeymoon, including Rena's part? I'll pay you back soon." My hand trembled as I held the phone. The reality my father had revealed and the casual tone of this message. The contrast made me chuckle bitterly. "Maria, should we consult the police?" my father asked. I looked up. "No. There's still something I need to see for myself." With a deep sigh, my father leaned back deeply in his chair. "Understood. But I won't allow any more harm to come. As of today, I'll limit Raphael's authority. The company will likely begin its own investigation too." I nodded quietly. Leaving the office, I immediately drove off. My destination was Brooklyn, to the nightclub where Rena had once worked. Under the bright sign, I stepped into the club without hesitation. "Welcome." "Oh, sorry, we're not open yet," a middle-aged woman, presumably the owner, called out to me. "Do you know a person named Rena?" I asked. At that, the woman's expression changed instantly. "You know about her?" she replied. I talked about my husband and how Rena became my sister-in-law. Then, 30 minutes later, in the VIP room, I was about to hear a shocking story from the nightclub's female owner. She was our #1 show dancer until 3 years ago, especially popular among the older business clientele, the female owner explained. She pulled out an old album. There was no doubt it was Rena in the photos. However, her hairstyle and clothes were completely different from now. More flashy and deliberately alluring. But you know, she had a partner. Someone to help her swindle money from the clients. No way. Yes, that person. Raphael's mother, a former dancer and her senior. She was the one who gave birth to Rena. I felt the blood drain from my ears. Was Raphael's mother a show dancer? The woman nodded slowly. The only sound was the melting ice in the glasses, slicing through the heavy silence. Raphael's mother, Helena, had been working here for over 20 years. She gave birth to Rena at 19 and struggled as an unmarried mother all those years, she said, with a sigh, reminiscing about the past. Then Raphael's father appeared. A serious company employee who treated the single mother Helena kindly. They got married, and Rena was sent to a facility. A facility? Yes. She wanted to start a new life. But it seemed they were always short on money. Her husband's salary was average for a business person. Helena continued to play the role of a good wife and mother in front of Raphael and others, secretly continuing her night job. As she tipped her glass, the female owner continued. After Raphael's father passed away, she became desperate. Couldn't make ends meet with just the survivor's pension. That's when she reunited with Rena after a long time. After leaving the facility, what happened to Rena? She followed in her mother's footsteps and started working here. But she did more than just dance. She began swindling wealthy men, essentially. It sounds bad when you say special fraud, but it was all about skillfully extracting money from rich men. The puzzle pieces in my mind were fitting together one by one. Helena and Rena were a skilled mother-daughter team. But then they suddenly stopped coming. The next thing I heard was that Rena had started living as Raphael's sister. Why suddenly? The police were getting stricter. They must have thought it was getting risky to continue. That's when they came up with this plan. The owner looked me straight in the eyes. They targeted your company's succession issue. The plan was to make Raphael president and then freely use the company's money. But Raphael was being deceived, wasn't he? Before I could finish, the owner quietly interrupted me. Raphael knew everything from the start. He knew the real Helena and that Rena had been a show dancer. Because, after a moment's hesitation, the owner delivered the final blow. Raphael used to come here often since he was in high school, helping his mother with her job. Since high school. My voice cracked. Yes. At first it was just to drop off and pick up his mother, but gradually he started helping with Helena's work. Having a young, clean-cut high school son was a convenient setup to gain the client's trust. Memories flashed through my mind like a whirlwind. Raphael's meticulous nature, his smart demeanor, how he managed his relationships. These weren't innate traits but skills honed in this world. Maria, you can see why you were targeted, right? Her words left me nodding silently. My family runs a company. I am an only daughter. Succession issues. My situation must have seemed like the perfect prey to them. But you know, the owner continued with a sigh. I think Raphael was really suffering too. It was as if he had been brainwashed by Helena. What do you mean? After his father died, Helena completely dominated Raphael. She threatened him with abandonment unless he obeyed her. Making him accept Rena as his sister was part of that too. The owner's hand trembled slightly as she set down her glass. It was all planned from the beginning. To insert Rena as Raphael's sister and get close to your company. Meanwhile, Helena and Rena were erasing evidence of their past misdeeds. Raphael and me, I stumbled over my words. Was there any real emotion in this marriage? That. You probably know best, the owner said with a gentle smile. One thing I can tell you is that Raphael started coming here often after meeting you. He would drink alone, saying he needed to talk. Talk? Yes, he would wonder what really is a family. At those words, tears welled up in my eyes. Once again, my phone vibrated. A new message from Raphael. Tonight, I need to talk. Can you come to my parents' house? I took a deep breath and pressed the intercom at Raphael's parents' house. It was just past 8 p.m. After hearing the story at the club, I had spent a long time in my car. Deciding whether to return home or come here was a decision made after much deliberation. Oh, Maria. The door was opened by Rena. Gone was her usual demure appearance, replaced now by flashy makeup and clothes. Apparently there was no need to hide anymore. We've been waiting for you. In the living room, Raphael and Helena were sitting. On the table, there were familiar documents. Details of the honeymoon cancellation fees and a copy of the new reservation. And even documents that could serve as evidence of misappropriation from the company. Sit down. Raphael's voice sounded hollow. Don't worry about the money. I will definitely pay it back. Pay back? How? At my question, Raphael momentarily averted his eyes. Have you already dipped into the company's money? At those words, Raphael looked up. Did you know? Yes, I heard it from my father. But that's not all. I was just at Club Angel until recently. For a moment, the air in the room froze. I see. Surprisingly, Raphael slumped his shoulders in resignation. Then, there's no need to talk anymore. No, that's not it. I interrupted firmly. I want to hear it from you. Everything. Raphael sighed deeply. Beside him, Helena clicked her tongue in displeasure. Talking won't change anything. You'll just go to the police anyway. Helena. I cut off my mother-in-law's words and stared straight at Raphael. What I'm asking for is your true feelings. Was there any truth in our marriage at all? Truth. Raphael gave a bitter smile. At first I just did as my mother told me. But, Raphael, Helena raised her voice sharply. However, for the first time, Raphael ignored his mother's interruption. But as I spent time with you, I started to wonder what a real family is. Seeing you live your life so earnestly every day made me feel ashamed of my own. Brother, what about our promise? This time, Rena interjected. Her voice lacked any trace of her previous demure act. Enough about promises. Raphael said wearily. Enough from both Mom and Rena. It was then. Helena suddenly stood up and grabbed the documents on the table. This is the evidence, right? Of the misappropriation of funds from the company. What are you planning to do? As I braced myself, Helena held the documents to her chest with a cold smile. It's simple. If I take these to the police, Raphael's life is over. But if you quietly accept this honeymoon situation... Mom, stop it, Raphael shouted. Why should I stop? I've done all this for you. Helena's voice trembled. I did it. For your future. To marry you off to this girl and take over the company. You just imposed what you wanted on me. Raphael's words twisted his mother's face. What did you say? Mom, you just forced your unfulfilled dreams on me. Raphael's voice was calm but firm. Marrying rich people and taking over a company. Those were all your dreams. If you had married someone other than Dad, maybe by now, you've been manipulating me thinking that, haven't you? No, I did it for you. Really for me? And pushing Rena on me as my sister. At those words, Rena stiffened. Brother, stop it. Let's end this charade. Raphael looked straight at Rena. Didn't you also not want to do any of this? A flicker of doubt appeared in Rena's eyes. Following Mom's orders, continuing as a show dancer, engaging in almost fraudulent activities. Was this the life you really wanted? Shut up. Helena screamed, holding the documents aloft. Raphael's life depends on me. You wouldn't want this to go to the police, would you, young lady? I quietly stood up. Then you should take them. What? Those documents are meaningless now. I took out my smartphone. I showed her the screen where a recording app was running. I've recorded everything we've talked about. And the sound of the front door opening echoed. Sorry to keep you waiting. My father appeared, accompanied by a lawyer and police officers. A year has passed since then. Raphael received a prison sentence for his involvement in the fraud. However, because he admitted to all the charges and pledged to apologize and repay the victims, his sentence was relatively short. Helena received a heavier sentence. Further accusations from past victims followed, and the egregiousness of her schemes was brought to light. And then there was Rena. She made an unexpected choice. I think I want to live honestly, she said, tearfully, just before being arrested. Just like Raphael said, this isn't the life I wanted. Ultimately, she chose to cooperate with the investigation as a witness. She is now in a rehabilitation facility, taking her first steps towards a new life. I ended up inheriting the company. Maybe it was meant to be from the start, I murmur softly, looking out of the office window. My father, still acting as the chairman, continues to support me. Sometimes he chuckles and says, in the end, it turned out to be a test of your capacity. Yes, this whole ordeal was a significant trial for me and an opportunity for growth. During a visit, Raphael, looking worn, said, I'm truly sorry. But I just want to say one last thing. The days I spent with you were my first real happiness. I quietly accepted his words. Raphael, you too should have a chance to grasp true happiness. Next time, Live by your own will, not manipulated by anyone else. Outside the window, the wind signals a new season. I take a deep breath. No matter what challenges lie ahead, I will not hesitate. Choosing my own life is the biggest lesson I've taken from this experience. My name is Naomi. I am currently working as an ordinary office worker and have faced many difficulties to reach this situation. All these difficulties were domestic, and our family's complex relationships have greatly affected me. My relationship with my mother has not been good since I was a child, and we often clashed. One reason is that her personality is too strict. Additionally, the fact that I resemble my father, Nathan, also affected our delicate relationship. My father was not a man who resorted to violence, nor was he unfaithful. In fact, he was a very honest person, and it was a wonder to me why he ever married my mother. The main reason my mother disliked my father was his low income. Moreover, while my father led a stable office worker life, he always harbored dreams of becoming a cartoon artist, which my mother despised. However, during my childhood, I lived without facing major problems. This was all because of the presence of my father, which also caused my mother to act coldly. Despite our poverty, my father always maintained his kindness and constantly encouraged me. He always expressed concern about my poor relationship with my mother, supporting me from behind. Despite what your mom says, I will definitely make our dreams come true, he always asserted. It is true that we lived in poverty, but I loved my father dearly. Against this backdrop, as a child, I felt issues with my mother but somehow maintained our relationship. However, our relationship deteriorated rapidly when I started university. Eventually, my mother decided to divorce my father. The background to this included a bartender from a nightclub, whom my mother frequented to forget her discord with my father. This man, 14 years younger than her, is now my stepfather. I call him stepfather for convenience, but his personality was far from that of a true father. He called me "Hey, you," and flaunted his close relationship with my mother in front of me, which just amazed me. After graduating from university, I had trouble finding a job, and I continued to live at home with my mother and stepfather. But then an event occurred: my mother became pregnant. Needless to say, the baby's father was my problematic stepfather. In this situation, I gained a sister 24 years younger than me. She was named Erica, and she was so cute that one might think she resembled my stepfather. It's not good to say this, but she didn't seem to be born from my ordinary-looking mother. My stepfather was not a particularly charismatic bartender either. I'm neither beautiful nor ugly, but since I resemble my father, whom my mother dislikes, she quickly began comparing me and my sister. Erica will become beautiful, unlike her sister, my mother declared. Because it was a late childbirth at 44, my mother's doting on her was extraordinary. On the other hand, her aversion to me increased. "Naomi, you are the older sister, so change Erica's diapers." My unemployed mother, obsessed with Korean dramas, began to order me around. Life after that was like hell. Surprisingly, Erica was very smart and entered a prestigious private kindergarten. At the time, I had a job but earned little, and without a man to support me like my mother had, I ended up living at home. I barely spoke to my family, effectively living a separate life within the same house. Then, a major incident occurred. It was an unforgettable moment from 8 years ago, when I was 30, during a family outing to an amusement park. However, it was a family in name only. My stepfather, who was very wealthy, drove us in his Porsche, and we talked inside the car. "Erica, you did well at the entrance exam to the prestigious elementary school. Congratulations on your acceptance. I can't believe she's my child. In the future, she'll become an elite leader and take good care of us." "Yes, I will do my best to meet both of your expectations, Mom, Dad." Erica was exceptionally adept and fit perfectly into her parents' expectations. The cleverness she exhibited was astonishing, as it did not match the characteristics of her actual parents. I'm looking forward to seeing your future, Erica. In contrast, your sister. I won't become like Naomi. At that moment, the car was filled with laughter from my mother and stepfather, and I was frozen. Erica's nastiness was the spitting image of my mother. The day at the amusement park continued with hardships. On the roller coaster, the other three rode first, who then let me ride alone, teasing me while I was scared. It's not like you're going to fall. But life has got you down, hasn't it? How lame to have such a sister. In the haunted house, the other three went ahead, who then let me enter alone again, laughing at me at the exit while I was also being scared. There's no real ghost here. To be honest, she looks like a ghost. It's embarrassing to have such a sister. This behavior alone was enough for me to sever my ties with them. However, the decisive moment occurred during the return trip in the car. I need to use the restroom. It's only 30 more minutes to get home. Hold it. Why don't you stop now and let her do it in the nearby bushes? Ugh, I'm embarrassed to have such a sister who does this. At that point, my anger reached its peak, and suddenly, my stepfather hit the brakes. What's the matter? Sorry, I saw a stuffed toy and mistook it for an animal. I thought I was going to run over an animal. Huh? Something smells. At that moment, the impact of the sudden break caused me to let a little bit out. What are you doing at your age? My Porsche's dirty now. Yuck, Naomi peed. As a human, I was prepared to admit my mistake. But Erica is my only daughter. I have no other daughters. I've always thought this, but you seem less like a stepdaughter or Erica's sister, and more like my sister, or maybe even Erica's aunt. It stinks. It stinks so bad. Everyone is hopeless. I've reached my limit. I hate this home. Well then, why don't you leave? It'll be refreshing. I don't want to see a face that reminds me of my former husband anymore. Really? It's truly laughable that you're running away. From now on, I'm an only child. I'm really happy. Is that what everyone thinks? I'll gladly leave then. And so, my patience finally snapped, and regardless of how shabby it might be, I left the luxurious apartment I used to live in and moved into this rundown apartment. However, although this apartment makes me free from that family, it's very old. Originally, I should have saved more money at home and moved to a better place. Since moving to the apartment, I've been living gloomy days. But one day, I received a letter from someone I hadn't heard from in a long time. It was from my father, with whom I had lost contact for many years. The letter apologized for the loss of contact and mentioned that although life was tough, he was doing well. Dad, it wasn't just me who was struggling. You were the only decent one in the family. I want to see you. Was he the one who had properly taken care of you? Yes, that's right. By the way, I haven't mentioned this, but I have a fiancé named Matt. We met at an inter-industry networking event and now live together in the apartment. Matt, while working stably as a company employee and pursuing his dreams, has never once frowned upon hearing about my past struggles and has always supported me. The apartment itself is simple, but he is not dissatisfied and even moved in eagerly to live with me. Why don't you go see your real father? There's an address on the envelope. I would like to, but he hasn't said he wants to see me, so I think I should wait a bit longer. Really? It feels a bit like a waste. I feel the same, but my father might have a new family now. So I've decided to wait until he says he wants to meet. How about this? You don't have to meet him directly, maybe just seeing him from a distance will be enough. That's a good idea. I haven't seen him in 15 years. He might look much older, but I'll recognize him if he's my parent. But how much you've changed might be a fresh surprise for him, so it might just be the right thing to do right now. So, I've decided to check on my father's condition on the weekend. I can't exactly stake out in front of his house, so I decided to watch from a nearby diner. Thanks to modern technology, I was able to confirm beforehand with Google Maps that there's a diner in front of my father's apartment. It really is a convenient era. My dad's apartment doesn't look much different from where I live. He aimed to be a cartoon artist, but seems to have not made it. Becoming a cartoon artist isn't easy. True, but it's hard to feel that all of his efforts have been in vain. I can't understand why a fine person like my father isn't rewarded, while someone like Erica walks the path of success. Hey, is that him? He looks like the photo you showed me recently? Yes, that's Dad. It's really been a long time. However, his present self didn't look successful. He seemed to be holed up at home, continuously drawing cartoons and facing repeated failures. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were wrinkled, and he seemed somewhat distraught. Oh, he seems really down. It's hard to say this, but it looks a bit tough. I have dreams too, so I can understand how he feels. Yes, my memory of him was of someone who, despite not being financially or domestically blessed, used to shine brighter, but he must have struggled a lot. Welcome, today's drinks are half price. Ah. Sorry, waitress. Shocked by the sight of my father, I decided to leave the restaurant without ordering anything. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to check on my father's situation. I really wanted to meet him if he looked well. Why don't you casually send him a letter and see how he responds? The letter was really brief, and he seems to have no leeway. From his appearance, it doesn't seem like he has a new family, and he feels lonely. Poor Dad. I deeply felt this as I returned home and checked the mailbox. What awaited me was something more shocking than pitying my father. There's a letter from Mom. What? From the mom who always made you suffer? Isn't this the first time since we started living together? Indeed. I had had no contact with my mother for 8 years since leaving home. Why would she want to contact me now? What's going on? What does it say? In the received letter, something unbelievable was written. Surprisingly, my mother, who had avoided me for years, requested to visit and meet me. What? What is she thinking now? Why does she want to come to my house? Maybe there's a reason. She might be regretting her past harshness. Her. Impossible. Remember? I told you about the accident in the car and how she kicked me out. I can't believe such a person has changed. This leaves many questions unanswered. Why would someone who has scorned and ignored me for years suddenly change? She was always proud and mean, so there might be something behind this. Maybe she has a serious illness and doesn't have much time left. Really? If that's true, it's sad. Even if the past was painful, if she is sick, it might be worth sympathizing with. However, I'm wondering how she found our address. I, of course, didn't tell my address to my stepfather or Erica either. Hey, how does she know our address? It's a bit scary. Could it be through a detective? No, it might be simpler, like a family registry. Parents can easily obtain it, and it includes address information. While I think she could do something like that, I feel there are various means available in the world. So, is it true that your mom wants to come to our house? Actually, she's saying she wants to come over next week. Wow. Is she in a hurry? Definitely, it's not normal. She's always been odd, but there seems to be a special reason this time. There might be a sickness or some serious circumstance. Even if she is a parent I dislike, it's hard to refuse. So, I reluctantly told my mom that I would be okay meeting up with her. I'm not really keen on it, but Matt, will you be there with me? I need to introduce you. Of course, I've been thinking about greeting her whenever you're ready. And then the day came. The day I met my mother for the first time in 8 years. On the day of her visit, I was so nervous that I couldn't sleep the night before. It was the first time I've ever felt like this. She's definitely going to come dressed flamboyantly, like before. And she'll probably say something like, "Oh, you were living in such a simple place." No way. That doesn't sound like something a mother would say. You've never met her, right? That's just her character. Honestly, I hope she leaves quickly, but truthfully, I don't want her to come in the first place. It's a complicated feeling. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Driven by anxiety, I went to the door and looked outside through the peephole. Mom, what are you doing? Open the door for her, she came all the way here. In front of me was not the flamboyant, loving mother I knew, but someone who looked completely different, significantly emaciated and dressed in plain clothes. What on earth happened? Could it be a serious illness? Naomi, it's been a long time. I really wanted to see you. Mom, what happened? You've lost weight, and what's with those clothes? Are you sick? I was confused, but the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Surprisingly, my mother apologized in front of me. Naomi, I was wrong. I want you to forgive what I did to you in the past. What are you doing at the entrance? Anyway, lift your head. Come inside first. In this awkward situation, after I introduced Matt to my mom, she began some social talk and gradually started revealing her true feelings. Actually, I've been having a lot of problems with your stepfather lately. What happened? You two seem to get along so well. I'm honestly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. They were always together, making me suffer. What happened? I really don't know how to start. It seems I can't even organize my thoughts. Please, just tell me what happened. Try to keep it brief. Mother, take your time. There's no rush. Just talk calmly. According to my mother, he was involved in a scam and was eventually arrested. He was indeed a bit of a problematic person, but I didn't think he was involved in such things. So, what's happening with him now? He's out on bail. That must have been tough. He used to approach my mother at nightclubs and sell her surefire bets on gambling and stocks. He wasn't a particularly charming bartender, but I always wondered why he had so much money. So, my mother has been really stressed, looking nothing like her former self. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be an illness, which is a relief above all. I can't believe it. I thought it was a bit strange, but not to this extent. I was really wrong. By cooperating with such a person, I caused you so much pain. Well, it's all in the past now. It's odd for me to say this, though. At this point, I was already shocked, but the real surprise was still to come. How is Erica doing? She's the daughter of a father who was arrested for fraud, and she went to a prestigious elementary school, right? Has her path to university become more difficult? Really? Because of that awful father, she had to drop out. Now she's studying at a public school with ordinary kids. Truly unfortunate. Ordinary kids. Despite being a troublesome sister, I can't help but sympathize with her situation. Because of her father's fraud, she had to drop out of the school she worked so hard to get into. And there's something else I need to tell you about Erica. I'm a bit scared to hear it. Actually, she's not the real daughter of that bartender who committed the fraud. Really? What does that mean? Apparently, when my mother was frequently visiting nightclubs, she fell in love with her current husband but also had relationships with other bartenders. Incredibly, some of the bartenders work as researchers at universities during the day and work at nightclubs at night to supplement their income. One of them turned out to be Erica's real father. Erica, unlike her mother and father, is very intelligent and cunning, so I felt something was off, but I never imagined such a surprising truth. Since the researcher is also good-looking, it explains why Erica is said to be cute. Does he know about this fact? Of course. When I got angry about the fraud, he countered by saying that I must be hiding something too. Wow, that really is a major problem. He finally noticed that Erica doesn't resemble him and hired a detective. He found out the truth just before being arrested. It's laughable. Is that really something to laugh about? It's unbelievable. A stepfather arrested for fraud, a mother who had affairs with multiple men while pretending someone else was her daughter's father. This is nothing less than the fate of our family. However, at that moment I remembered something important. "So, why have you come here today?" "Oh, that's the issue. I'm always forgetful. I mentioned earlier that he was released on bail, right?" "Yes, I heard that." "Well, the bail was much higher than expected, and we ended up financially strained. So, I came here wanting to borrow money from you, Naomi." I was instantly dumbfounded by this sudden request. I was foolish to have been worried about her being sick. Yes, she's always been exactly this kind of person. The reason she stopped being fashionable and couldn't afford luxurious meals was that she was financially squeezed due to her husband's fraudulent activities. While she hates working, it seems she has no intention of divorcing him. I truly cannot believe it. Wait a minute. After making me suffer and kicking me out of the house, now you come asking for money? How can you even say that? But I apologized, didn't I? We're family, and this is the time we should support each other. Family? When have you ever acted like a mother to me? Calm down. So how much do you earn? Let me see your bank book. Although my mother had kicked me out before, my anger exploded, and this time I was the one who threw her out of the house. Matt tried to mediate, but I pushed her out the door along with her belongings without heeding him. Fueled by my anger, I can't even remember what I did after that. A week after that nightmarish day, as I was checking the mailbox, another letter from my father had arrived. Disturbed, I decided to open the letter with Matt present. "What's this? What's wrong? Is your dad going to show up suddenly, just like your mom?" "No, it's not that." Incredibly, my father had achieved his dream of becoming a cartoon artist and had finally made his debut. Moreover, his work had been well received, leading to contracts for both cartoon adaptation and live-action movies. "Dad, congratulations. I can't believe such wonderful things are happening. It's truly amazing. His long years of effort have finally borne fruit, and it's so amazing to see the results. I wanted to express my gratitude and congratulations to my father directly, so I immediately replied to his letter, expressing my desire to meet him. Soon after, I received a reply agreeing to meet. "Let's meet next week." "I'm really looking forward to seeing you, Dad. I have so much to talk about. It will be a reunion after 15 years. If it's all right, may I come along too?" "Of course." He will be very pleased that you're coming. When the promised week arrived, we headed to the apartment where my father lived. As I reached out to ring the doorbell of the apartment room, unexpected voices of children and a woman could be heard from inside. I was a bit bewildered by this situation. "Naomi, it's been really long. You've grown up well. And this must be your fiancé, Matt? You've chosen a fine young man?" "Dad, it's been a long time." But what are those voices coming from inside? "I'm sorry for not talking about what happened. Actually, I've remarried. I kind of felt that might be the case." From there, we moved to the nearby diner we had visited before, and this time we took our time eating and talking leisurely. Reuniting with my father after so long felt like turning back time, warming our conversation with nostalgia. "Dad, congratulations on making your debut as a cartoon artist and even securing cartoon and movie adaptations. What a fantastic achievement." "Yes, that saved me. I was ready to give up if it didn't work out this time. In fact, I quit my job to take on this challenge." "What would you have done if it hadn't succeeded? Did your wife agree to that?" "Well, it turned out well in the end. But there was a time when it caused some tension at home. The reason he hadn't wanted to meet earlier was the uncertainty about his career as a cartoon artist, and he was waiting until he felt more settled. The time I scouted the house when he seemed broken was actually when his wife had left with the children. However, with his debut confirmed and a significant increase in royalties expected, he decided to move to a better apartment. His family forgave him, and they returned to live with him at the new place immediately. After overcoming many challenges, it looks like I can finally provide a good life for my children. I was an insufficient father before, but maybe this will redeem my past failures. It's not about being recognized or not, Dad. I loved you. Your hardship was because of Mom. Oh, about that. I detailed my mom's astonishing past to him. Even my father, who should have fully understood her, was shocked and looked at me with disbelief. However, I think my insight wasn't completely wrong. What do you mean? I had always wondered why he married my mother, but now the reason became clear. When my father first met my mother, he recognized the problems with her personality and thought about using that as material for his cartoon. Seeing my father so passionate, I was nothing but impressed. Matt, although I'm an imperfect father-in-law, I hope you'll continue to support us. No, don't worry and thank you. I'm very happy to hear that your dream has finally come true. I sincerely hope for you to become even more successful in the future. Although I had been living peaceful days, when I returned to the apartment, a surprising scene unfolded before me. Unbelievably, my mother, whom I had once thrown out, had made a shocking reappearance. And there was her problematic husband, and with him, a girl who looked about middle school age. Is she the grown-up Erica? Why are you here again? What kind of attitude are you showing toward your mother? Really, you're as unpleasant as ever. Naomi, you're really annoying. Quiet down, everyone. This is a public space. Please calm down and come inside. There have been talks on suspicions of fraud involving my mother and her husband, and these seem to affect my mother. It's really tough. I never imagined that after Dad got arrested, Mom might be arrested too. Nothing has been confirmed yet. These are just bad rumors. I'm not involved, and it seems like some minor actions at the nightclub have led to a big misunderstanding. That's right. It was just a momentary lapse of judgment on my part. It appears my mother is currently undergoing questioning by the prosecutors. Please, enough already. I hope this doesn't affect my wedding. Of course, they are not invited. So, what exactly have you come here for? I don't have any money. You are my biological child, aren't you? It's only natural that you should help out a bit since I plan to hire a lawyer. That's right, you're my daughter-in-law. And you're my real sister. It's unbelievable. Their true motive seems to be just money. I don't care about these people's futures anymore. Maybe this is a bit too harsh for me to say, but don't you all think you are demanding too much from Naomi? What? It doesn't matter what you, an outsider, say. You're just a normal employee. What makes you think you have the right to say anything? Losers like you are so annoying. At that moment, I was quite agitated, but suddenly, the situation dramatically changed. Excuse me for saying this, but like Naomi's real father, I have big ambitions. Even as I approach 40 years old, my dream is to pass the bar exam and become a prosecutor. That's indeed a noble goal. I hope you achieve that goal, but I doubt that will happen. Just as I was about to splash the glass of water I was holding at them, Matt quickly grabbed my hand to stop me. Actually, I aspire to be a prosecutor because my father works as one in the prosecutor's office. Their mocking attitude changed instantly when they heard this. I did not miss this significant shift. Is that true? Please, Matt, ask your father. My dad is not a bad person, and my mom is not involved in any fraud. You're my brother-in-law, right? Please listen to my wishes. I silently but resolutely decided to kick them out of my apartment. A few days later, I was attending a special party hosted by a publishing house to celebrate the release of my father's new book, along with my father, his new wife, and their children. How's your mother doing after that? We've cut ties, so that family doesn't matter to me anymore. That's a tough stance. But I'm not in a position to say anything negative about you, Naomi. Actually, my father's debut as a writer was based on a cartoon about my mother. The story features a housewife with an overpowering personality who behaves strangely, causing her to be avoided by everyone around her. This unique theme caught the attention of the publishing editor. Actually, she contacted me after a long time, claiming she must be the model for this work and demanded to be paid for being one. She hasn't changed at all. That's surprising. I'd be taken aback by that kind of attitude, too. Cutting ties was probably the right decision after all. According to information I received later on, my stepfather was prosecuted and eventually received a life sentence. Meanwhile, my mother started working as a hostess in a bar introduced by the nightclub where her husband used to work, marking her first formal employment. Erica continues to study with the local community, looking forward to the day her efforts pay off. Meanwhile, Matt and I have built a deep bond with my father's new family and ended up living together in the luxurious apartment he owns. Now, we eagerly await the day when Matt's dreams come true. Grandpa, I need help. Please. Someone help. Please save us. In desperation, I contacted my grandfather. The useless me and my brother with developmental disabilities are no longer needed. My brother and I grew up always being compared to our sister, who was considered a genius. Unable to recover from the shock of being disowned by our parents, our grandfather gave us a loving embrace. "You've done well. There's nothing to worry about now." Grandfather's gentle warmth and my brother's smile supported me. At that moment, I couldn't hold back my tears. My name is Nola. I'm 22 years old and currently working at a company. I have a family full of unique individuals' parents, a sister, and a brother, but unfortunately, that uniqueness sometimes takes a negative turn. This is an episode about our family. During our childhood, we siblings got along very well, rarely fought, and always played together. My sister Viola is 2 years older than me, and my brother Howell is 2 years younger. When my sister was in elementary school, she started to be regarded as a genius. Feeling that she was different from other children, our parents had her take an IQ test, where she recorded a surprising IQ of 150. From that day on, especially our parents' attitudes changed drastically. "Your sister Viola is wonderful. She's sure to become a politician or a top executive in the future," my mother proudly said, and my father also responded with a vulgar laugh. "Exactly. At the least, she'll definitely become a millionaire." Our parents were ordinary and showed equal love to all 3 children. But once my sister was deemed a genius, their attitudes completely changed. They began to excessively favor my sister. Meals were tailored to her preferences, and she was the only one taken out. Everything was given to my sister, allowing her a prosperous life. Meanwhile, my brother and I were mostly neglected. Even during holiday trips, we were left at home. Common sense seemed to have vanished. At that time, we were in the lower grades of elementary school. I was in the 4th grade, and my brother was in the 2nd grade. Despite this, our parents only took our sister, who was in 6th grade, on trips. "It's natural since your sister will support us in the future. We shouldn't waste money," our parents argued. However, leaving 2 young children behind for a trip should have been a problem. Although money was left for us, and we managed to buy meals from a deli, it was only natural to question why children had to go out at night to buy food from a deli. As a result, the police were notified, and our parents received a stern warning. It's a wonder we weren't taken into protective custody, but probably because we weren't particularly thin, locked up, or abused. It might have been something like being under observation. But please understand, even if it's not visible, children can receive terrible treatment from their parents. Emotional wounds are invisible. My brother and I were just kids, and in reality, it wasn't easy for us to speak out. It's not that we were completely abandoned while our sister was favored. Naturally, children want to spend time with their parents, no matter what. But I was still better off. Though I felt dissatisfied with the hand-me-downs from my sister, they were still bearable. Overall, it's almost as if we were neglected. And to say it was still better indicates how much worse my brother was treated. When he was young, my brother often suddenly screamed and ran around, and was thought to be restless. Boys my age sometimes behaved similarly, but my brother was different. His language development was delayed. He often struggled to communicate effectively and frequently became frustrated. He was picky about food, and because only my sister's favorites were served, he often threw his meals on the floor. In elementary school, he would sometimes walk around during class and was unable to eat his lunch. Occasionally, he had troubles with his friends. In other words, my brother had developmental disabilities. However, slow growth didn't mean no growth. He had been growing slowly but surely, and with support from his teachers, his behavior at school gradually improved. Though still challenged in conversation, his ability to communicate was gradually improving. As a fourth grader, I felt relieved by my brother's progress and somehow managed our time alone at home. But our parents did not acknowledge our efforts. Constantly compared to our talented sister, my brother was often berated. Eventually, he heard words to the extent of "you should not have been born." Now, I understand that these are words no parent should ever direct at their child. If it were now, I could argue back. But back then, all I felt was sadness and frustration, and I could not respond to our parents. For a child in elementary school, parents are an absolute authority. My brother heard harsh words from our parents and understood the difference in treatment compared to our sister. However, perhaps due to his developmental disability and childlike innocence, he would forget the harsh treatment he received the day before and would cheerfully talk to our parents the next day. Such behavior made him very dear to me, yet our parents looked at him with strange eyes. They treated him coldly, squinting as if disgusted. No matter how my brother tried to engage with them, they continued to ignore him. The favoritism continued to be exclusively for my sister. On her birthday, our parents would take her out to dine. Me and Howell were at home alone, as usual. There was nothing special about our birthdays. I can't even remember when we last received a present. Naturally, only Viola received presents at Christmas. Howell and I didn't have a study desk, we studied on cardboard. I remember that cardboard breaking many times. Still, we managed to live because meals were provided, and we had a home. I gently embraced my unknowing brother, telling him repeatedly, "Don't worry, Howell. I love you and will always be with you." The reason for this behavior was unclear. Perhaps we siblings, who were neither loved nor treated equally by our parents, felt a desire to cling to each other. Maybe I was unconsciously aware that Howell's presence was my mental support. As time passed, my once close sister and I eventually stopped talking. Viola had her own room, while Howell and I were always together in a cramped one. We even began to eat in our room so as not to disturb our sister. On the rare occasions we did see each other, the awkwardness prevented any real conversation. As we entered adolescence, the situation grew more serious. It was a warm day in August when I was 12, Howell was 10, and Viola was 14. Out of the blue, our parents announced, "We'll be going to New York soon." I thought it was just a trip, but they continued, "We don't plan to return. We sold the house. The sale proceeds will be used to find a new home in New York." "Are we moving?" I was shocked. "Your sister has been recognized by a certain college professor," he said. "This girl is a genius. She will go to a high school where that professor is," they explained. "Really? Then, are we going to a new school too?" I had just started to enjoy middle school life last year, at age 12. The change to a new environment might have been well-timed for my sister, but not for me. Thinking about parting with my friends made my face cloud with sadness. However, "What? You're not coming," my mother said casually. "Wait, we're moving, right? We're losing the house, right?" "That's right. But you and Howell aren't coming with us." I couldn't keep up with my mother's words, and confusion spread. "So, what are we supposed to do?" My mother just shrugged. "I don't know, but you're old enough to figure it out on your own." "What? Dad, what's happening?" I looked at my father in shock, but he kept his eyes on the TV and answered, "Nothing special. just saying you and Howell are not needed. Don't you get that you're a burden? But that's too harsh. The moment I tried to continue, my mother slammed the table hard. I'm at my limit. Haven't we taken good care of you until now? What more do you want from us? Honestly, like you, Nola, Howell has no prospects for the future. I don't see the point in supporting such children any longer. Really, we deserve thanks just for raising you. Not seeing the point in continuing to support us, we were at least able to maintain a basic life. But was that enough? Had our parents ever shown up at school events? Did they come to sports days? They didn't attend parent-teacher meetings either, claiming they were too busy. They just ignored our existence while we were merely living. Such selfish reasoning darkened my thoughts. Sister, give this to me. At that moment, my unknowing brother said that and handed me a book. As I vaguely watched our parents' faces contort, I gently corrected him. Howell, that's not quite right. Say please. Please give this to me is correct. With a beaming smile, Howell repeated, please give this to me. My pure and innocent brother, the pillar of my heart. As I was doing this, I realized tears were streaming down my face. Really, you two are nothing but a curse. Fueled by such words from our mother and the indifferent attitude of our father, who pretended to know nothing, I made up my mind. I was still a child, but I was about to start anew as already a middle school student. Gone were the days when I couldn't do anything now. Driven by anger, I made a call in the middle of the night, expecting to be scolded for calling so late. I was relieved when the call quickly connected and I heard the voice on the other end. Hello, Grandpa, I need help. After shouting that, I couldn't stop crying. A few days later, Howell and I were staying at our grandparents' house. Our maternal grandparents were no longer around, and we had hardly ever seen our paternal grandparents. Despite feeling anxious, after I tearfully told everything in the middle of the night, my grandfather came to pick us up right away. By then, our home was already empty. Our parents had already moved to a new house with our sister. It was an unbelievable reality. Holding the few belongings we had, Grandfather found us bewildered and angry. The useless me and my brother with developmental disabilities are no longer needed. As I finished saying those words, tears once again flooded my face. Immediately, a warm embrace enveloped us. You've done well. There's nothing to worry about now. Good job, Nola. Touched by Grandpa's words, tears overflowed again. As I cried my eyes out, Howell, who didn't understand, also began to cry. Grandpa supported us until we calmed down. Then, we headed to our grandparents' house. Grandma warmly embraced us upon arrival and cried together with Howell and me. Afterward, it was decided that we would live with our grandparents. Grandpa had spoken to our father, his son, over the phone, but he was furious, saying it was a completely pointless conversation. The contents of that conversation were easy to guess. However, knowing that Grandpa could express his emotions like that strangely helped restore peace to my heart. A few days later, once we had settled in, Howell and I thoroughly explored our grandparents' house. Despite being our first visit, the house, located in the countryside, was very spacious. We saw a place on the property that was unfamiliar, and I asked Grandpa about it. Grandpa, what is that? That's a barrel for wine. Our family has been running a winery for generations. According to Grandpa, the house has been involved in winemaking for a long time, but it is not particularly famous, and it doesn't bring in much income. Displeased with that fact, our father left home without taking over the family business. Since then, there has been almost no contact with our grandparents. Still, they welcomed us with smiles. I was just filled with gratitude for this welcome. I explained Howell's situation to our grandparents. Initially, they were surprised, but Grandpa began to speak. Everyone is different, and that's what's good. I'm not perfect either, and I can't understand difficult things quickly. I've been told I was short-tempered, but I made it this far because of others' support. You and Howell are fine, just as they are, he encouraged us. Grandma joined in. Let's take our time. Life is long, and there's absolutely no need to rush. It's lovely to be like children forever, she said, smiling and stroking our heads. The kindness of my grandparents and Howell's honest smile gently enveloped my heart. Tears of emotion overflowed multiple times. As a result, we transferred schools, but the rural school had fewer students, so we were able to fit in quickly. Although it was the countryside, the community was not closed off. The people were very warm. In that environment, Howell thrived, and I too experienced growth. Thanks to our grandparents taking care of Howell, I finally had some time to myself. Having been preoccupied with taking care of my brother before, I spent my newfound time catching up on my studies. Howell developed a particular interest in the winery and often went to watch our grandfather and the craftsmen at work. During that time, there were moments when I remembered our parents who had abandoned us and our sister from whom we were separated, but with the constant love from our grandparents, I hardly felt lonely and lived fulfilling days. Before I knew it, 10 years had passed. Having graduated from college at 22, I landed a job at a decent company and work near my grandparents' home. Howell, having graduated from high school, has been helping out with Grandpa's business. The grown-up Howell could now converse smoothly, and although he sometimes made outlandish remarks, they were trivial matters. Now 20, Howell was diligently studying to become a certified winemaking technician. Enthralled by the world of winemaking, Howell engaged in vigorous discussions about techniques and methods with Grandpa and other craftsmen nearly every day. Grandpa, who had aged significantly over the decade, came alive during these discussions. I was enjoying a stable and happy life, cherishing those days. However, a sudden event disrupted our tranquil life. The quiet of the morning was shattered by the cry of hello. Awakened by that voice, I hurried to the entrance while shaking off the sleepiness. "What do you want now?" I was fully awakened by Grandpa's shouting voice. The sight of who was standing there left me unable to hide my surprise. What? Could it be Dad, Mom? Yes, it was my parents who had reappeared after 10 years, changed so much they were barely recognizable. But when my mother said in surprise, "Oh, Nola, haven't you grown up a lot?" I was sure it was her. My father had lost so much weight that he was unrecognizable compared to his formerly chubby self. Mom's hair, once regularly maintained at the salon, was now disheveled and peppered with gray. She looked nothing like her old self without makeup, almost like a different person. "What happened to you both?" I asked. "It's good to see you. Nola, can I ask for help from you too?" "Support us," Mom said. "What do you mean?" I was puzzled. Then, Dad spoke. "We know everything. Your grandfather's winery, it seems to be making a profit lately. Is it true it's making $5 million a year? If so, this will be quick. I'll take over, so give us the money." So that was it. Grandpa's winery had recently increased its sales due to some innovations. It had finally reached millions in revenue. It was unclear where they had gotten their information, but it seemed my parents were after the money. Moreover, they shamelessly claimed they were the successors. This was unexpected. "You must be joking. Do you think making wine is that easy? What can a person who abandoned their own children do?" Grandpa scolded sharply before I could speak. However, Dad continued to plead. "Please help us. We're out of money and losing our place. I'm your only son, right? Mom, say something. Without me, how will this long-standing wine business continue? You plan to hand it over to strangers. Are you really out of money? What happened?" I had many questions, but I was so shocked by the fact that I asked that first. In response, Mom glared at me. Her expression was like that of an angry demon. "Oh, you're worried about that, Nola. Listen to a bit about your useless elder sister." "Elder sister? Do you mean Viola?" "Yes, that girl. She completely changed after moving to the city. She turned down the college professor's recommendation and went to an IT company she chose. What's an IT company? Is it really that good? It seems Mom was out of touch with the times. And she flew abroad for work. We asked her to take us with her, but she completely ignored us? Unbelievable. That's hilarious. What's so funny about that? I couldn't help but laugh, and my mother became furious. I couldn't suppress my laughter. Look, you left us behind, so my sister abandoned you too. It's truly what you deserve. What are you saying? Don't forget the kindness we showed you. We survived until 12. But can you really say you raised us? Leaving behind a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old, and you still say such things. I was astounded that they could say such things. Viola was supposed to become wealthy and take care of us, so we quit our jobs. But she easily abandoned us. At this age, there's no way we can get a decent job. Hey Dad, even if you don't take over, please don't abandon us. It's a request from your dear son. Father, pleading, seemed unaware. He didn't notice that Grandpa's expression was getting increasingly stern. It seemed like he was about to erupt. Grandma silently went to the back of the house. This would likely lead to Grandpa raising his voice. At that moment. Hey, what's going on? Howell appeared with a relaxed voice. Howell. You've grown up quite a bit. Mom couldn't hide her astonishment, and Dad also marveled. Could this be the same Howell who could barely speak? Listen, both of you. Humans are creatures that grow, so Howell has overcome his mild disability and can at least converse. Okay, Howell, I'll support you, so ask Dad to support us too. Listen to me. But my words couldn't reach my desperate father. All they cared about was money. However, soon after. I don't really know you, Howell said, and at that moment, our parents were at a loss for words. With an innocent smile, Howell continued. My family is just Grandpa, Grandma, and my sister. I don't have other parents, so I don't know you. What? While there was still a childlike quality about him, Howell's resolve was firm. Shocked by his emphatic rejection, our parents lost color in their faces. Strangers aren't allowed in the house. Goodbye. With that, Howell disappeared into the back of the room. Wait, Howell. Nola, say something. No, not like that. I had merely repeated something as they asked, but apparently that wasn't satisfactory. As I pondered this, Grandma reappeared. She was holding a box with something white inside. Leave? A grave voice filled the space. What? Dad. Before a downcast Grandpa, my father was frightened. Soon after, Grandpa suddenly looked up and declared forcefully, "This winery will be inherited by Howell. We have no need for someone like you here. You who abandoned Nola and Howell are strangers. I have no interest in caring for strangers in my old age. Leave this instant." What? Howell will inherit? That's impossible. What are you saying? The reason our winery sales have soared is all thanks to Howell. What? How is that possible? Actually, Howell started to seriously help with winemaking right after he graduated from high school. Although he couldn't officially drink until he was 21, he was remarkably able to distinguish flavors just by their aromas. He detected even the slightest differences in taste faster than anyone else. Perhaps from childhood, his sense of taste was extremely sensitive, which was considered part of his developmental disorder. And that ability had proven to be very useful in winemaking. Based on Howell's opinions about subtle changes detected through sense alone, some improvements were made, and Grandpa said, "We've created something incredible." And it became a huge hit. When Howell turned 21 and could officially drink, his unique talents shone even brighter. Grandpa's winemaking business quickly reached an annual revenue of $5 million. Next year, it might even reach $10 million. That's why you can leave us out of it. We are Howell's real parents, my parents said. What are you saying after abandoning him? Grandpa shouted in anger. Mom also stepped forward to join the battle. Listen, we're struggling with life and drowned in debt. So help us a little. The moment she made that foolish request, Grandma started to scream, "We have slugs here." Ow, what is this? Salty, salt, why? Come now, demons out. Parents who abandon their children out. Grandma scattered the salt with an expressionless face. Her expression was cold and terrifying. Demons like you should shrink and vanish. Stop, please. Ah, it got in my eye. It stings. As my parents screamed, Grandma continued to spread salt expressionlessly. This bizarre scene unfolded. "Get out," Grandpa shouted loudly. "Leave now," Grandma also yelled. And then, "This is goodbye forever." As I said this, I waved my hand goodbye, towards my parents. That was the final blow. Unable to endure it any longer, my parents staggered away from the scene. Afterward, my parents tried to contact us several times, but Grandpa threatened to call the police if they continued their persistent attempts, and since then, the contact ceased. What happened to my parents after they were chased by debt collectors remains unknown. And that's what happened, big sister. It was really tough, I explained. "I see. I'm sorry to hear that," my sister replied. That day, I was talking on the phone. The person on the other end was my sister Viola, who was working abroad. In fact, I had been in constant contact with her. As children, we were helpless, and our family was torn apart. However, my kind sister remained unchanged. Knowing I was at our grandparents' house, she frequently reached out. Our first reunion in years happened when my sister went to college. At that time, my grandparents and we siblings gathered to devise a plan to rescue my sister from our parents. Had we not intervened, she would undoubtedly have continued to be exploited by them. As a result, my sister was able to safely escape abroad. Ultimately, Hal and I managed to drive our parents out of the house. Finally, we 3 siblings were free from our parents' control. When I come back, we definitely have to meet. Yeah, I'm waiting. The new wine is really special because it's the first one Hal could drink since he became old enough. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait for the day when the 3 of us can drink together. Saying this, I could feel my sister smiling on the other end of the phone, and I found myself smiling too. Next to me, Howell was also smiling happily as I spoke on the phone. "My name is Marianne. At the start of last year, I overindulged in gourmet food and gained 3 kilograms, so I'm 45 years old and dieting in anticipation of this coming end-of-year holiday. If I lose 3 kilograms now, it won't be a problem if I gain 3 kilograms during the long holiday, right? Right? Isn't that the point? Haha, you must be joking. There's so much delicious food from Christmas to New Year's. It's a happy problem. I'll probably end up buying myself Valentine's chocolates too. Oops, I'm drooling a little. Looks like I'm going to gain weight again this year, oh dear. Well, today I have a winter episode I'd really like you to hear. It's a story from when I was 25 years old. After dating for several years, my engagement to my boyfriend, Scott, was decided, and I introduced him to my parents. This was the so-called marriage greetings. My parents liked Scott, and the marriage discussion should have gone smoothly, but there was a problem. When my older sister, Sally, who is 2 years older than me, came back from work, she was fixated on Scott. Strangely, when you are sisters, you can understand each other's feelings and thoughts. She had fallen in love with Scott at first sight. I hoped it was just a whim, but when my sister shook hands with Scott, she blushed and held his hand tightly. Even when talking, she always had a dreamy look in her eyes. I don't think it's appropriate for a sister to behave like that towards her younger sister's boyfriend, but she must have done it unconsciously. Human emotions are uncontrollable, and I continued to pretend I didn't see anything, believing my sister wouldn't pursue a serious relationship. However, after Scott left, my sister, who had just come out of the bath wrapped only in a towel, confronted me. "You should call off the engagement," she declared. "According to her, that man is a philanderer, and you can find someone more suitable." She continued to slander Scott. But there was no basis for her claims. "Why do you think he's a playboy? I asked. "It's a woman's intuition," my sister replied. My sister has never had a boyfriend. How could I believe in her woman's intuition based on her inexperience with the opposite sex? Therefore, I thought I should trust Scott's character, which I have observed over the years. Of course, I casually dismissed my sister's advice with a "yeah, I'll be careful not taking it too seriously." Since then, Scott frequently visited our home. He said he wanted to build a good relationship with my family, so I invited him over comfortably in response. My parents were pleased, and I hoped that my future husband and my parents would get along well. Though the relationship should have been built positively, my sister tried to build a good relationship with Scott in a different sense. According to Scott, when I wasn't around, she grabbed his arm, pressed her chest against him, and asked, "Don't you think Marianne is immature?" She even asked for his contact details and intentionally fell down to expose her underwear. Scott said it was so overdone it was actually funny, but I would have been really worried if he was the kind of man to take it seriously. Also, my sister thought there was a chance because Scott couldn't outright refuse her as she was my sister. And every time they met, she approached him with a sweet voice saying, "Hey." Although it started with love at first sight, the fact that Scott worked at a fairly large company also struck her heart. He's dependable, has the type of face I like, and is a good man who provides security for the future, she said. She was completely captivated by him. While witnessing my sister's inappropriate behavior, my parents said nothing. In fact, it's not new for my parents to say nothing to my sister. Honestly, my sister has always been the type who can't do anything right. For instance, if asked to warm up the side dishes, she somehow uses a non-heat-resistant plastic dish and melts it, and she was bad at studying. She was also not good at sports, often skipping swimming classes with various excuses like hurting her foot, feeling unwell, or having skin issues. She was not good at academics, sports, or household chores. Honestly, her looks aren't particularly outstanding either. Still, just because she is the eldest daughter, my parents treat her specially and secretly push the role of supporting her onto me. Quietly, that is. I've been continually told to make her stand out without attracting attention. It's unfair to be treated so differently as siblings. However, maybe my parents see her as a pitiable child who can't do anything, which makes them feel even more sorry for her. Strangely, I've always been the type who is efficient and can do anything quickly. Perhaps the adults felt there was no charm in teaching someone who could handle everything on her own. Thus, I can easily manage the task of supporting my sister, and I sometimes intentionally act as the incapable one in public. As I grew out of my teenage years and realized, continuing this way, I'll fail the exams, I began to resist my parents and act on my own will. If I had continued to comply, I really would have become a person who can't do anything. Due to my defiance, my sister began to dislike me a bit for losing support, but our relationship was never truly bad. We could talk normally, and sometimes I even gave advice on her issues. Our family had distorted aspects, like overprotectiveness towards my sister and a bit of hostility from her, but I still think we were a perfectly normal family. However, the balance was disrupted because Scott did not reciprocate my sister's feelings. I can't accept that my younger sister is getting married before me. On the eve of our wedding, my sister exclaimed these words to our parents. "Don't say that. You will find a good partner soon too, Sally." "I agree with Dad, Sally. It's not like that. Normally, the older sister gets married first, and then the younger sister. It's too soon for her." "But the wedding is tomorrow, isn't it?" "What are you saying, Mom? Don't you care about me? I'm going to be the pitiful older sister who gets surpassed by her younger sister." That's not true. That night, I quietly listened to the intense exchanges between my sister and our parents from the hallway. Should my sister get married first? If I waited for her to marry, I would age considerably in the blink of an eye. What is she really thinking? I thought once she voiced her complaints, she would settle down. I understand. Both Mom and Dad will not attend the wedding tomorrow, so please be satisfied with that, Sally." "What?" I was shocked by these words. Both my father and mother agreed not to attend my wedding and apologized to my sister. What is this? It's like they're followers of my sister's cult. This is beyond mere indulgence. Still, my sister sighed unhappily. "Fine, I'll compromise. Let her have a wedding that nobody acknowledges. She clearly does not want me to marry Scott. Probably because she herself has feelings for him. It's unbelievable. A wedding without the presence of my parents due to my sister's unrequited love is becoming a reality." And then, the wedding day arrived. Despite it being a day of celebration, I could hardly sleep due to anxiety. Of course, it wasn't anticipation that kept me awake, but the discomfort from recalling the exchanges between my sister and my parents. I won't forget the satisfied smile on my sister's face when my parents told her they wouldn't attend. At the venue, I explained to Scott and his parents that mine would not be attending. "I apologize. My sister opposes this marriage, so my family will not be attending," I said. It was a heartbreaking announcement to make. My in-laws could hardly believe that there were parents who would not attend their own daughter's wedding. They were silent for a while after hearing my story. On such an important day, the moment I felt the heavy atmosphere, my mother-in-law took my hand. Immediately, my father-in-law placed his hand on top of ours. "Do you remember that your family is here? Don't make this day a sad one. Come on, why don't you smile?" said my mother-in-law warmly, and I couldn't help but tear up. "Marianne, I'm here as your husband, so please stop saying the family isn't attending," Scott said as he tenderly stroked my head. Seeing me start to cry, my in-laws and Scott hurried to cheer me up, saying, "Don't cry. You're the bride and your makeup will run," even though they were joking. Then my mother-in-law looked at me intently and said, "Marianne, it might be tough with your family back home, but this new life you're starting should be a wonderful beginning. Let's build your own family." Though I was feeling abandoned, my mother-in-law firmly embraced me. Scott and my father-in-law followed suit. I told myself it's okay, just like my mother-in-law said, "This is supposed to be a new beginning." I vowed to build my own happy family, and that day I officially got married with Scott. 15 years have passed. During that time, my husband and I had a daughter and 2 sons. My capable daughter, who can handle anything, keeps an eye on her 2 mischief-loving brothers who mess up the house. Sometimes, the sound of my own voice yelling, "Stop it now," surprises even me. Scott's job was going well, we bought a house, and we were living a stable life, but then unexpected visitors appeared. It was none other than my father, mother, and sister. After marriage, I had kept my distance from my family and hadn't given them my new address. However, they somehow found our house and showed up unexpectedly. Of course, the words that came out from me when they appeared were not a warm greeting like, "Long time no see," but, "What do you want?" "I have a favor to ask of you," my sister said. My parents also said, "It's something only you can do for us," as they looked at me sincerely. What's going on? What could they possibly need from me after 15 years of distance? Half in anticipation and half in fear, I remained silent as my mother spoke up. "We want you to give Scott to your sister." "What?" Both Scott and I were shocked by her words. "Wait a minute. Why do you mean I need to give Scott away?" When I asked this sharply, both my parents turned away, looking guilty. Only my sister remained smug and proud. She's still single and she's turning 42 this year. And that's a problem because I couldn't grasp the logic in my father's words. Scott showed the same confusion. Actually, the company she worked for recently went under, and she's currently unemployed. That's tough. We worry about your sister's future being single and jobless. We hope you understand. Since you are sisters, you should feel the same. I silently countered their serious looks with, "No, I don't think so," in my mind. Curious about what they would say next, I was frustrated with my father's slow speech. I held back unnecessary comments, eager to hurry his response. "She's always liked Scott." and she's still alone because of that. You've enjoyed your marriage with Scott, haven't you? Could you please let your sister have him for the rest of her life? What? What do you mean? Seeing their reactions, Scott seemed lost for words as well. Meanwhile, my parents were pleading, please, and my sister maintained her haughty demeanor. She seemed certain she would get Scott. Given that my parents always catered to her desires, it's no wonder she believed it. But this was an outrageous request. As I held my head in my hands, Scott pulled me aside and whispered, "This might actually be a chance." Really? Yeah, because this is like that joke you made when you were drunk coming to life. Then, shall we go for it? With that, we stood up and faced my sister and parents again. Do you really love Scott that much? Surprised by my question, my sister couldn't hide her astonishment and repeated several times, "Yes, yes, I really, really have loved him all this time." Truly? That's some deep affection. To continue loving him for 15 years, even though he's another woman's husband. Yes, it's been very painful. Seeing you and Scott together, it should have been me. Stunned by her conviction-filled words, Scott and I struggled to keep our composure. I give up. If you love him that much, I'll step aside. The parents were shocked by this statement. My mother quickly reacted, "Really? Don't you love Scott too?" "No, actually, Scott. To tell you the truth, I've always liked Sally." When Scott replied, my sister's face flushed with delight. "Really? I knew it. You never resisted when I hugged you, and your eyes always looked so loving. I've been waiting. Finally, this moment has come." It was hard for me to suppress my laughter. Scott was pretending to cry, but I could see his shoulders shaking. We'll just have to bear with this moment a little longer. We'll always be together from now on, Scott. Suddenly, my sister started speaking to him so casually, it strangely sounded natural. For the past 15 years, she must have been experiencing a fulfilling romance with Scott in her mind. "Sally, I'm happy. Please be my support from now on," Scott said with a smile. "Yes, absolutely. So, I'm going to quit my job. Really?" The sudden blush on my sister's face disappeared, replaced by an expression of shock. "I want to be with you, Sally, all the time, so I'm quitting my job to always be by your side." "What?" "I won't even go outside anymore. I'll follow you to the bathroom, and I'll watch you do housework from behind." Scott's cheerful tone left my sister momentarily stunned before she began to panic. Our parents couldn't hide their disturbance either. "But I'm not working either, and this? This is troubling." "What's troubling? If we're together, we have nothing to fear. We don't need money to be happy." "But nowadays we need to pay for insurance, right? It's not like the old times. We can't love each other if there is no money." "I'm not saying that, but..." My sister's eyes lost focus. Seizing the moment, I quickly said, "Scott, if we do end up divorcing, I'll be taking a generous share of the assets, so you better pay up." "Don't worry, your sister and parents will take care of the payments," Scott replied with a laugh. Hearing this, our parents went pale and looked at each other. "Sally, this is hard to say, but this isn't right, stealing a husband from your sister." "Exactly, Sally. That is indeed." Where had all the previous passion gone? It was as if our parents had suddenly switched their gear. "What are you talking about? You promised to give Scott to me." "But Sally, that was before." "I don't want to hear it. Doesn't anyone support me?" As my sister ranted in a frenzy, she pulled my mother's hair, and my father struggled to mediate. It was like watching a scene of utter chaos. In the midst of the chaos, Scott calmly inserted his words. As everyone's attention turned to him, he said, "Honestly, you are not my type. I respect you as Marianne's sister. But apart from that, I don't really want to interact much with you. Especially that upward gaze. Yes, that actually turns me off. The feeling that someone harbors unrequited feelings for me is honestly quite difficult." Scott's candid remarks left both my sister and our parents speechless. But Scott, what was all that earlier? Please stop being so casual with someone else's husband. There's no way he could fall for you. We have a family and we are living happily. While saying this, I stopped my sister, who was walking towards Scott with a pale face. What? You tricked me, my sister shouted. How can you think someone who hasn't contacted you for 15 years loves you? Isn't that unrealistic? I challenged her. My sister's face turned red and she began to tear up, clearly tears of frustration. If you were truly an attractive woman, maybe, but no one finds charm in someone who is unemployed, dependent on their parents, and can't do anything because her mother has always done the household chores. With those things at your age, any marriage wouldn't last long. As I spoke plainly, Scott chuckled quietly behind me. Struck by the truth of these words, my sister began to cry loudly, unable to stop her tears. Our parents tried to comfort her, but their faces bore confused expressions, as if saying it's really true. Therefore, I'm not handing over Scott. With that being the case, please give up, Sally. At this, my sister began to cry like a child. It was an unseemly sight for an adult. She really hasn't grown up. Take this experience as a lesson, and please don't involve yourself with us again. No matter how much trouble you find yourself in the future, don't expect any help from us. With that, I slowly closed the front door. When the children asked, "What happened?" I responded, "It's Halloween season, so it seems a ghost came early." My eldest suggested, "Let's exorcise the spirit." Although I stopped that idea, it almost seemed like there was a wailing ghost outside, as we could hear my sister crying. Another 5 years passed, and she remained single. She managed to find a job but was eventually fired for inappropriate behavior and caused trouble by rushing into marriage too much, leading to her being banned from matchmaking events. It seems she might stay single for life. My parents are working part-time even after retiring, saving money for her sake. They probably realize they can't rely on her for their future care. I hope they feel the consequences of indulging her after all their hard work. Now, I spend my days as a homemaker without worrying about my children's school fees, thanks to my intelligent children and a husband with a stable income. Sometimes I wonder if working outside could have helped me quickly burn off the calories from overeating during the end-of-year holiday. My daughter, already slim, is entering her growth phase and wants to start dieting, which I'm persuading her against. You can think about dieting when you're older like me, I advise her. My 2 sons love dancing and recently showcased their talent at a local event, winning several awards. They confidently say, "We're going to be in BTS one day." So, I sincerely hope BTS continues as a group until my sons are grown-ups. We enjoy regular visits from my in-laws, who are as dear to me as my own parents, sharing delightful meals. When the children have spring break, we plan to take a spa trip, looking forward to spending quality time together. Though there were many difficulties before marriage, my daily life through marriage has been filled with happiness, deepening the true bonds of family. I hope for continued health and long life for everyone to share more precious times with our family. The house I purchased was astonishingly transferred to my sister by my parents. As soon as I stopped paying the mortgage, the house was sold. Now, I am in complete shock and utterly speechless. At 28 years old, I am currently repaying the mortgage on a house I bought from my parents. I later learned that my parents had gifted the house to my sister. It's surprising that they went so far for my 25-year-old sister, but what hurts most is that they never told me about it. I had always sensed that my parents loved my sister more than me, but I never imagined it was to this extent. My parents had an incredibly deep affection for my sister, yet sadly, they did nothing for me, their eldest daughter. They always demanded so much from me. From a young age, I was taught responsibility, while my sister, Sally, was treated like a princess. She wasn't actually a princess, but my parents made her feel like one. Even though they weren't wealthy, Sally had the freedom to do whatever she wanted. My parents never placed any academic expectations on Sally. While I focused on my studies, she had the freedom to pursue her passions and hobbies. That was always the norm. My parents made their expectations of me clear and emphasized that I should build a solid career. After graduating high school, I couldn't afford to slack off on my studies. My parents went into debt and dipped into their savings to ensure I could attend a technical school. Instead of using my own savings, I proposed that they co-sign an educational loan for me, with the plan to repay it once I started working. However, they opposed the idea, citing high interest rates that would cost 1.5 times the original amount. At the time, I wasn't mature enough to fully understand how loans worked. I believed it was for the best since my parents decided against it. Back then, I had just turned 18. I thought they were trying to protect me from financial strain, but I never imagined that it would later become a tool to exploit me. Immediately after graduating from college, I secured a stable job in the tech field. It was exactly what they wanted. They were proud of my success, but I always felt that they expected some return for the investment they had made in me. They constantly reminded me, never forget the sacrifices we made for you. Don't forget where you came from. At first, it seemed harmless. I thought they were trying to keep me grounded, but over time I realized it was emotional manipulation. They were experts at instilling guilt. After I started working, the pressure only increased. Every time I visited home, my father would relentlessly ask about my progress. I could never forget how he had spent his life savings on my education. I had to work hard to repay the enormous sacrifices my parents had made for me. I understood that they needed a new house. For years, they had been saving diligently, only to use those funds for my college education. It had been less than a year since I started working, and I was still new to my first job. When I returned home for the holidays, my father stared at me during dinner and said something that shook me. "We played our part in your education. Now it's your turn to make plans to buy us a house. We can't live on rent forever." Hearing those words made my stomach churn. I understood my parents wanted me to buy a house, but I didn't think it would happen so soon. I was barely a year into my career and still sharing an apartment with 2 other women. I couldn't afford to own a house on my own. Despite objections from financial institutions, my parents pushed me to purchase a house. "Dad, I've just started working. I can't even afford my own apartment. Why are you making such a huge financial demand all of a sudden?" I protested. After thinking for a moment, my father said, "We raised you to plan and work towards your goals." My mother, in a gentle yet firm voice, said, "Without us, you wouldn't have been able to go to college. You wouldn't be who you are today. I want you to repay that debt to us." I didn't have the courage to argue that they were wrong. I owe my current position to their sacrifices. However, there were times when I found their lectures unbearable and wanted to scream, "Who asked you to do all that for me?" But I never mustered the courage to confront them. I began to distance myself from my parents, only responding to their calls in emergencies and avoiding visiting them altogether. Since that day, I have used my busy job as an excuse to evade them. Yet, the obligation to buy a house for them always lingered in my mind. After 5 years of saving and hard work, I finally caved and purchased a house for them. It was a lovely, modest home in a quiet neighborhood. It wasn't luxurious, but it was comfortable. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. I felt it was the least I could do to repay them. My parents had done so much for me, so I continued paying the mortgage for 3 years. I even made extra payments to avoid foreclosure. But I had other plans I wanted to achieve in life. I wanted my own home, to enjoy traveling, and to have a family. I couldn't continue paying the mortgage forever. After purchasing the house, my parents' constant nagging finally stopped. They proudly told relatives and friends about how their investment had paid off. I didn't pay much attention, but there was still a gap in our relationship. I continued to keep my distance from my family and rarely visited home. One day, after months of being swamped with work, I decided to visit home for the first time in a long while. I informed my parents that I was coming. I intended to surprise them, But an unexpected surprise awaited me instead. As I pulled into the driveway, I noticed my sister Sally's car parked outside the house. I thought she might be visiting, and I was excited for a family reunion. It had been years since Sally got married and moved out. I hadn't seen her much since our parents were still renting their old place. The last time I saw her was at her wedding. When I knocked on the door, Sally answered. She was wearing pajamas, so I assumed she was staying for a short visit. We exchanged greetings and hugged. Then she asked, "Hey, what are you doing here?" I replied jokingly, "That's what I want to ask you." As I stepped inside, I asked her, "Where are Mom and Dad?" Sally casually replied from the couch, "Oh, they moved out." I was stunned. "Moved out? What do you mean?" "This is their house," I pressed her. Sally shrugged and said, "Oh, I guess they didn't tell you. Actually, they gave me this house. I live here now." Her words made the ground feel like it was shifting beneath me. The house I had been paying for all this time. She said it casually, as if it didn't carry any deeper meaning. "Mom and Dad said I needed the house more than you. I'm having a baby soon, you know." They had decided that Sally should have the house. In shock, I asked where our parents were living now. She replied, as if it were the most normal thing, that they were renting an apartment on the other side of town. I left without saying anything. My head was spinning with anger, and I drove straight to their new apartment. When my mother opened the door, I wasted no time yelling, "What is going on?" "Sally told me you gave her the house. The house I've been paying for. Explain yourself." My mother smiled at me as if it were no big deal. Now, calm down. Come inside first. I didn't think you'd care this much." I entered the house, but I didn't sit down. I was there for answers. "Why did you give away the house I bought for you without consulting me? Why did you think it wasn't important for me to know?" My mother sighed, as if I were being unreasonable. "Frankly, we've thought about this for a long time. You're successful, so you don't need to worry about yourself. Do you want Sally's kids to grow up in an unstable home? With a house of her own, she won't have to worry about rent and can focus on their happiness." Her words made me explode with anger. I don't care where my niece or nephew grows up. I see nothing wrong with them living in a rented home. We lived in rentals ourselves and we're fine. Moreover, their situation isn't my responsibility, it's something Sally and her husband should handle. If they want financial stability, they should find better jobs. Hearing the commotion, my father entered the room and said, "Why are you making such a fuss? Sally needs financial stability, and it's our duty to provide it. She didn't have the same opportunities as you. We didn't pay for her college education, so she deserves the house." I was in disbelief. "How can you say something so ridiculous?" I asked. "She didn't go to college, which is why you didn't have to pay for it in the first place, right? Don't forget, she dropped out of high school." They clearly didn't grasp the gravity of their actions. "You're already successful, you can just buy something else," they said. Sure, I can buy something else, but I've always emphasized, that's for me to say, not for you. Their words left me spinning, as if the world had turned upside down. I couldn't comprehend their logic and was utterly confused. In the end, I stormed out of their apartment, checked into a hotel, and have been relaxing ever since. I truly don't know how to move forward from here. I cannot back down like this. I have no intention of continuing to pay the mortgage after discovering the facts, but navigating this difficult situation is incredibly complex. I understand that my parents cannot afford the mortgage payments, but I am confident my sister can. This all happened on Friday. Today is Sunday. I have a flight booked for Tuesday to return home. Although I considered leaving immediately, after calming down I realized there is more I need to address here. I want to check the remaining mortgage balance. Since I had been overpaying, it should be closer to being paid off than initially planned. Before the visit, I texted my father, asking about the outstanding mortgage amount. He said he'd need to confirm with the loan manager. I sent a message saying, "Take me to the bank tomorrow." I need to verify the outstanding balance. While I do not want to continue paying the mortgage, I need to fully understand the situation. Given everything that has happened, I cannot justify continuing these payments. I feel that purchasing the house in the first place was already a significant contribution. It's clear that my parents and sister have taken my generosity for granted, and I have no illusions about that. I do not feel obligated to keep paying for a house that is no longer mine. It might be worth discussing this with my parents, but I need to make it clear that I cannot support property that was handed over without my consent. Then, an even more unbearable truth came to light. I just got back from the bank, and the discovery there broke my heart. The extra payments I made toward the mortgage were never credited to the bank. My father had been paying only the required mortgage amount. The excess funds were being used to pay rent for their apartment. This is the reality. It's devastating. I've been living frugally, managing within my means, and trying to pay off the mortgage early. When the bank manager showed me the monthly deposit records, I realized that I had been paying about 1.3 times the required amount. I insisted there must be a mistake. We reviewed the transaction history and saw how much I had sent my father every month. My father claimed, "The manager's records are accurate." The exact amount was paid toward the mortgage. I felt he either misunderstood or was confused, but he grabbed my arm and said, "The records are correct. You were right. We'll talk more later." His words crushed me. I felt dizzy and overwhelmed by the possibility of another betrayal. During the meeting, I sat silently as the manager explained the remaining mortgage details and options for consolidating the loan. As soon as the manager stepped away, my father pulled me aside and asked, "Why did you bring up the extra payments? Were those meant for the mortgage?" Raising my voice, I responded, "Yes, of course. Why else would I send extra money?" What he said next stunned me. I thought it was for our expenses. But I've been using it to pay the rent, he admitted. I stared at him, then sank into a chair, burying my face in my hands. How am I supposed to face my parents now? My father sat next to me and said, "It's not that big of a deal." I couldn't hide my anger. Not that big of a deal? Forcing me to buy a house, giving it to Sally without telling me, and using my extra payments for rent, none of that is a big deal. He countered. The fact is, buying the house didn't bring you any benefit. But I spent all my savings on your college education. A little payback isn't too much to ask. He continued, with the money you sent for the house, I made the mortgage payments on time. What's the problem with using the extra money for rent? I'm not asking you for more money. I am left wondering how to respond to this betrayal and the twisted justification they are offering for their actions. I was furious at his words and argued. The extra money was meant for early repayment of the mortgage, not to cover the costs of your new apartment. I left the bank and began walking down the path. I heard my father calling my name, but I didn't look back and kept walking toward the subway station. My mother called me several times and sent a text message saying, "Come home so we can sit down and discuss this matter." I didn't reply. I no longer wanted to have a conversation with them. I decided to take the right course of action to stand against their foolishness. I was genuinely shocked at how my father was twisting the situation to make me feel burdened. I have every right to be angry, and I also have the right to set boundaries. It's crucial to make my stance clear. I am a very generous person, but it's obvious my parents have been exploiting my goodwill. In this situation, ignoring their calls and messages is entirely justified. I need to continue focusing on my own well-being. At that moment, I was trembling with anger. Later, I returned to my home and resumed my normal life. When the month changed, I did not send the mortgage payment to my father as scheduled. At the start of the month, my father tried to contact me, but he couldn't reach me as I had already blocked him. I have also blocked my mother, my sister Sally, and Sally's husband. Seeking peace, I made the decision to stop paying the mortgage. I couldn't bear being manipulated any longer. If my parents wanted to give the house to Sally, so be it. She should take over the payments. She must bear that responsibility. When my parents found out I had stopped the payments, they were furious. I received many calls and voicemails from unknown numbers. Perhaps they were using their friends' numbers, but I wasn't sure. They cried out, "If you stop paying, we can't afford the mortgage." Hearing that, I couldn't help but laugh to myself. This is no longer my problem. I blocked all those numbers as well. However, that wasn't the end of the issue. 3 days later, when I returned home from work, I found my father standing at my doorstep, furious. He yelled, "This can't end like this. You owe us. We're the ones who sent you to college. We're the ones who made you who you are today." I argued back. "I've already paid enough, haven't I? Do you even know how much money I've poured into the mortgage? It's far more than what you spent on my college tuition. I owe you nothing." My father accused me of being ungrateful, but I cut him off. "No, stop trying to guilt-trip me. I've had enough. I won't pay your rent or any other expenses anymore. That's your choice, not mine. I can't take it anymore. You treated me like a commodity, after raising me as an investment for college. Now you want to extract profits from me for life. I am not a product." With those words, I stormed down the hallway and drove away. I didn't return to my apartment. I was afraid he might follow me. I didn't want any more drama. When I snuck back later that night, he was gone. My mother called me multiple times, leaving frantic voicemails. Sally also left a lengthy message, explaining why the house was essential for her family and how selfish I was for not supporting them. But I was finally free from their manipulation. My relationship with them is over. I never imagined that after pouring so much of my hard-earned money into buying a house, it would come to this. Eventually, the house went into foreclosure. Sally struggled to keep up with the mortgage payments, and my parents were already struggling with their apartment rent. Managing the mortgage, rent, and other expenses became impossible. When I stopped paying, I foresaw this outcome. It was only a matter of time before they realized it too. About a year later, I learned that the house was put up for sale. My parents tried to use what little savings and retirement funds they had to reclaim the house but failed. Tensions rose between Sally and my parents. Struggling with the mortgage payments, my parents asked Sally and her husband to contribute half of the costs. Sally argued that the house was a gift and insisted they should cover the full amount. It was then that my parents realized their mistake, but it was too late. They decided to let go of the house and put it up for auction. The house sold, and my father recovered a significant amount from the sale. I believe they made the right choice. As for the down payment I contributed over the years, I don't expect to get it back. They have no intention of returning it, and I have accepted that. At least now, they're no longer pretending to be generous benefactors. I have already repaid everything they spent on my education, including the interest. For this reason, I feel no guilt about cutting ties with them. According to relatives and my uncle, my parents have moved into a smaller apartment to reduce rent. They've also started saving the money they received from the house auction and are working towards supporting themselves in retirement without depending on me. They've completely stopped financially supporting Sally and have demanded that she take responsibility for her family. Although Sally tried to guilt-trip them, my parents stood firm in their decision. This was a good choice for them. I've also rented my own apartment to secure my privacy. I've started saving for a home that will truly be mine. It's never easy to distance yourself from family, but sometimes, even those who are supposed to love you most can take advantage of you. It took me time to realize this truth, but I don't regret my decision. Whether family or strangers, I believe I deserve to be treated with respect and not merely as a source of money. Hearing about the disintegration of my family is saddening, but they're finally realizing the consequences of their foolish actions. I am Sadie Bell, a 30-year-old housewife. I recently moved to this area. I have been gradually getting closer to the local moms, but there is one who is troublesome. Sadie, are you wearing only branded clothes again today? Don't tell me you chose them just to show off to me. That's not true. I just like these clothes and wear them for no particular reason. You just want to show off how wealthy you are, don't you? She is Cheryl, my younger sister, and she lives nearby. Cheryl has a son who is the same age as my daughter. His name is Solomon, and he goes to the same kindergarten. It seems Cheryl does not have a good impression of me. She always throws sarcastic remarks at me and seems to be spreading rumors about me to the neighbors. Yet, it is strange that she keeps trying to contact me. She is my twin sister, and we have been compared by our parents since we were young. The fact that people around us do not realize we are twins is probably because we are fraternal. I was never particularly bothered by it, but she has always felt competitive towards me. As we grew up, I tried to keep my distance except at family gatherings, but due to my husband's job transfer, I had no choice but to move to the area where she lives. Somehow, that day she said she was bringing her son to visit. Aren't you going to offer even a cup of tea when you have guests? I'll prepare it now, just wait a bit. You have those famous snacks prepared too, right? You asked me that yesterday, so I have them ready. I'll bring them out now. Cheryl was always unreserved like this. Especially that day, her attitude was noticeable. After drinking tea and eating lots of snacks, Cheryl suddenly started looking around every room in the house. Isn't this bag a new model? Yes, my husband gave it to me for my birthday. By the way, what kind of work does your husband do again? Well, he kind of runs a company. When asked about my husband's job, I vaguely dodged the question. In reality, my husband was not running a company, but talking about it seemed like it would lead to trouble, so I skillfully evaded the truth. If he's running a company, that means you have a lot of income. Can't you give me that bag? LOL. I can't do that. It's a gift from my husband. If he's a boss, he can buy you a new one, LOL. It wouldn't hurt to give me just one, right? LOL. Whenever Cheryl came over, she always wanted other people's things like this. It seemed she also begged other moms for things in the same way. Though she never actually took anything back with her, her brazen attitude always exhausted me. Can you stop already? This is my house, so please stop rummaging through things on your own. We're family, right? LOL, that should be fine. Can I open that closet over there too? LOL. Normally, she would stop searching after about 10 minutes, but for some reason she kept going that day. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. The sound was so intense that I went outside to see what had happened. What? I was astonished by the scene before me. Our car had been brutally damaged, and there was Solomon holding a metal bat near the car. Did you break it with the bat, Solomon? LOL. Cheryl seemed amused. Solomon slowly nodded. He did it, LOL. What a mess, huh? LOL. Hey, why are you grinning like that? Unable to endure Cheryl's apparent joy, I just had to ask. I'm not grinning. LOL. I'm just shocked. That's all. LOL. This is something important that my husband bought for the sake of our family. So how much did this cost? It looks quite expensive. I think it was about $50,000. Wow, really? But, he's just a child, so it can't be helped, right? That's not right. Just because he's a child, it doesn't mean that he can do whatever he wants without consequences, right? When I said that, Cheryl nodded without any resistance. We're sisters. Don't you think you could speak a little nicer? Are you trying to get money from me? What are you talking about? Even if we are sisters, it's normal to take responsibility for mistakes, right? Sorry, but you need to take full responsibility for this. At these words, Cheryl gradually began to show irritation. What absurd thing are you saying? I have no intention of paying any money. You're wealthy, so why are you getting so worked up over this? You have plenty of money, so just calm down a bit." Cheryl's words also infuriated me. Even if it was the child's doing, shouldn't you apologize first? Why are there no words of apology? Shut up. It's ridiculous to get so angry over a child's prank. LOLL. Ha. Stunned by her unexpected words, I was taken aback. Cheryl seemed to misunderstand, thinking I was intimidated. "I'll tell your husband. And I'll tell our parents too." I hadn't mentioned this yet, but when my husband gets angry, it's truly terrifying, you know. Ever heard he's like someone from the mafia? If you don't want him to find out, you better stop joking about making me take responsibility. LOL. Even if your husband is a terrifying person, you can't escape responsibility. No matter what you say, my stance won't change. Cheryl must have thought that bringing up her husband's fearsomeness would silence me. Despite what Cheryl's husband might be like, I wasn't scared at all. "Sadie, what do you think my husband would say if you cause any trouble? He might come and make you suffer, but are you okay with that? By the way, which organization does your husband belong to? That's none of your business, as you have nothing to do with the mafia. Anyway, you should sort out the car issue yourselves. Why don't you ask your husband to buy a new one? So you really intend not to take responsibility? That's what I'm saying. LOL. This is what you deserve." Cheryl said this while glancing at the damaged car. Something was apparently amusing to her, because Cheryl started to laugh. "What do you mean this is what I deserve? Because you flaunt your wealth, it's divine retribution. Besides, Solomon probably did it because he hates you, right? Isn't that right?" Confronted by Cheryl, Solomon looked down. It seemed clear Solomon had done it, but something about his demeanor was off. "So, you're not going to apologize or pay for the repairs. It wasn't me who did it, so why should I? All right then. I'll contact the boss." "Excuse me." Surprised by my unexpected words, Cheryl's eyes widened. Ignoring Cheryl, I made a phone call. After talking for about 5 minutes, I hung up. "Who did you call?" "Like I said, the boss. I told him about the car, and he said he's coming over." When I relayed this, Cheryl suddenly burst out laughing. "The boss is coming? That's a joke, right? There's no mafia in this area. LOL. Didn't you say your husband was in the mafia?" "Yes, but I've never met anyone else who is mafia. LOL. At that moment, Cheryl snatched the metal bat from her son, giving me a creepy look. "If you apologize now, I might forgive you. What do you say? LOL. Huh? Why should I apologize to you? I'm sick of your flaunting wealth. Ever since you moved here, all anyone talks about is you. That's why I don't like rich women." It turned out Cheryl had been jealous of me all along. Her behavior up until now had likely stemmed from that envy. "I'm not going to apologize. If anything, you should be the one apologizing. I really can't understand how you think you're in the right." "Oh, really? LOL, then I'll just destroy this car even more." LOL. Right after saying that, Cheryl began smashing the car violently with the bat. No matter what I said, she wasn't listening at all. At that moment, a black car pulled up in front of the house. A large man stepped out of the vehicle. When Cheryl noticed him, her face froze in shock. "Hey, what do you think you're doing to the car I gave Sadie? You don't think I'm just going to let this slide, do you?" Who is this guy?" Cheryl, now pale, asked me. "He's the boss. The boss and my husband. Did you forget? Were you too drunk at the wedding to remember?" I calmly explained, and Cheryl looked as if she couldn't believe it. "The boss? This has to be a joke, right?" "It's not a joke. I'm the boss, and I'm Sadie's husband." Wait a minute. You're telling me the boss is Sadie's husband?" I had no idea. I kept it quiet because I didn't want to scare everyone. But since your husband is also in the mafia, I figured it was okay to mention it now. "Well, oh, so your husband is in the mafia too?" At that moment, Cheryl clearly averted her gaze from my husband. While this conversation continued, my brother-in-law returned home with his daughter. They had been out together earlier in the day. Unaware of what had transpired, my brother-in-law looked around in confusion. When I explained the situation to him, he looked at the wrecked car with a disappointed expression. "It was such a nice car that you received as a gift." "I'm sorry. You don't need to worry about it. It's not you who should be apologizing, but this woman who needs to clean up her mess," my husband said sharply, glaring at Cheryl. This was just an accident. It's no one's fault. Just an accident. It was your child who did it, right? Parents are responsible for their children's actions. Don't you even understand that? I'm sorry. Make sure you take responsibility for what your child did. Ideally, I would want $200,000, the price of the car, but I'll settle for $150,000. Got it. Hearing the figure of $150,000, Cheryl's face turned pale instantly. She then began to plead with us. "I'm sorry. I don't have that kind of money." "You don't have it? It was your child who damaged the car, right? And you were hitting it too, weren't you?" "I'm truly sorry. If apologies were enough, we wouldn't need police." My husband continued, his gaze fixed sternly on Cheryl. Cheryl's expression grew so distressed it looked like she might cry. "Isn't your husband in the mafia too? What organization is he from?" My husband's question was met with silence. Cheryl didn't respond. "Why aren't you answering?" "That is." Cheryl turned her face away, visibly frightened. Then, my brother-in-law revealed a surprising truth. "Your husband works at ABC Corporation, right?" "Yes." "How do you know that?" "I was involved in a project with ABC Corporation for work recently. I was surprised to find out I was working on the same project as your husband and had no idea he lived next to my brother." The story we heard was completely different, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Why did you say he was in the mafia?" "I thought if I said he was in the mafia, nobody would dare to contradict me." "Are you kidding me? Are you making fools of us?" "No, that's not it at all." Unable to escape my husband's questioning, tears welled up in Cheryl's eyes. Being cornered by a stern, imposing man would intimidate anyone. Then, my husband handed his smartphone to Cheryl and commanded, "Call your husband right now. Tell him to come here." "I don't think it's necessary to call him. You said you can't pay the $150,000. Call him now. I can't tell him about this." "No more excuses. So you're going to prepare the $150,000 then?" "I can't do that." "Then he has to pay, doesn't he? Hurry up and call." Cheryl, looking like she was about to cry, stubbornly refused to make the call. At that moment, I decided to step in. "I'll make the call." "Do you know his number?" "Yes, we exchanged numbers just in case." "Good. Then please make the call." Then I called Cheryl's husband. Luckily, he answered right away. "What did he say?" "He said he's on his way here now. However, he's far away on business, so it will take at least 3 hours to arrive." "Can't be helped. Let's wait until her husband comes back." So, we decided to wait inside the house for Cheryl's husband to arrive. During the wait, Cheryl was constantly frightened, glancing at my husband's face. After 3 hours, Cheryl's husband finally arrived. It was the first time we had met since the wedding, but he seemed calm and far from what one would call a bad person. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble my wife and son have caused. I sincerely apologize. It's unfortunate that our reunion is under these circumstances, and I deeply regret it." Upon entering the house, Cheryl's husband apologized. It seemed he was a decent person. "You two should apologize as well." He instructed Cheryl and her son to apologize. At that moment, Solomon, who had been quiet, suddenly started to cry. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for damaging the car." Solomon repeatedly apologized, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, my heart was heavy. Then, Solomon began to reveal something astonishing. Mom said she would kick me out of the house if I didn't hit the car. I really didn't want to damage it. My teacher even says it's not good to destroy other people's things. I'm really sorry. After finishing, Solomon broke down crying. Cheryl, standing beside him, turned pale and panicked. "Hey, is that true?" Cheryl's husband could not contain his anger and confronted her. "I'm sorry. Threatening Solomon to do such a thing is insane. What are you thinking making a child go through this?" I couldn't help it. Seeing Sadie living such a luxurious life, I just couldn't stand it. For such a foolish reason, you made your child do this. If you earned more and allowed us to live a luxurious life like Sadie, none of this would have happened. It's all because of your low income. Cheryl was lashing out at her husband. Cheryl's husband just sighed without saying anything. "What? Are you saying it's my fault?" "Anyone would say your way of thinking is wrong. You're not doing these things behind my back to others, are you?" "Of course not." Hearing this, Solomon wiped his tears and began to speak the truth. "Mom always talks bad about my friends' moms. She tried to take things quietly, and even when I told her that stealing is wrong, she told me to shut up and took various things. She also told me not to be friends with certain kids because she didn't like them, or to take things that were important to them, which was really tough. And then my friends would call me a thief, and it made me really sad." "Wait a minute. I told you to keep that a secret from Dad. I bought you snacks because you promised to keep it a secret. Why did you tell?" Cheryl scolded Solomon. "You said I could leave Solomon's matters to you, so I trusted you and focused on my work, and you still made him this sad and you call yourself a mother. I've been taking care of things at home for Solomon's sake. Solomon knows that, right?" "Yes, but..." "There were times when Mom got really angry when I didn't listen to her and she wouldn't let me eat. I was so hungry, and it was really tough." "Don't talk nonsense." Just as Cheryl was about to strike Solomon, my husband grabbed her hand. "You're the one being unreasonable. Just because you can overpower him doesn't mean you should impose your whims on him. Teaching him wrong will only turn him into a misguided adult. Don't you understand that as a mother?" Cheryl, faced with my husband's stern rebuke, could not muster a reply and fell silent. Her previously assertive demeanor disappeared, replaced by sudden quietness. That's when Cheryl's husband began to speak. "I'm honestly shocked to see this side of you. I can no longer believe anything you say. There's no need to go that far. I will take care of Solomon by myself from now on. I can't trust you with him anymore. Please, don't involve yourself with Solomon going forward. It's impossible for me not to be involved. I want a divorce. Please leave the house." Cheryl was visibly shocked by the sudden declaration of divorce. You can't just decide to divorce all of a sudden. You can't possibly raise Solomon by yourself. I can't trust you anymore. Moreover, I can't let Solomon continue to suffer because of you. Are you saying you want to take his mother away from him? That's too cruel. You aren't acting like a mother to Solomon. It looks like you're just using him for your own convenience. That's not true. And this isn't the place to discuss such things. Cheryl, while looking around and blushing, glanced at us. I don't want Solomon to become someone like you. Your presence only seems to negatively influence him. Am I really such a bad person? Why do you have to say such things to me? You seem to have lost the ability to discern right from wrong. I'm appalled. And you've been neglecting your family all this time, acting all high and mighty now. Who do you think you are? I was foolish to have ever believed your words. I should have never accepted a job away from home. I should have stayed by Solomon's side. Cheryl yelled passionately, I won't allow a divorce. It's persistent. Let's talk about the divorce again when we get home. Discussing it here will only trouble everyone else, her husband replied calmly. Cheryl still seemed dissatisfied and wore a displeased expression. After a moment of silence, my husband quietly resumed the conversation. Returning to the original topic, you will be responsible for all the repair costs of the car, right? I can't possibly pay such a large amount. And we haven't settled the matter of the divorce yet. I've said this multiple times, but you have to take responsibility. It might have been the child who did it, but you made him do it. You can't blame the child anymore. You need to clean up your own mess without making excuses and dragging others into this. My husband said sternly to Cheryl, "Yes, but $150,000 is simply beyond what I can afford. I'm a housewife with no income. I can't prepare such an amount. Could you please consider reducing it just a bit more?" Cheryl pleaded meekly with my husband. However, my husband coldly responded, "No, I've already cut down the amount significantly by asking for $150,000. I can't reduce it any further." Hearing this, Cheryl looked desperately at her own husband. "It was Solomon who did it. Can you please cover half the cost? Please." "Why should I pay half? We're getting a divorce, so it's no longer my concern." "I know we're divorcing, but this isn't just about the divorce. It's about Solomon and our family. You can't just say it's none of your concern." Cheryl, on the verge of tears, clung to her husband, but he refused to nod in agreement. "It was you who made him do it, so it's not my problem. Plus, I'll need money for Solomon's upbringing going forward. I'm just an ordinary man with a modest salary. You know, I can't afford such a large amount. You caused this, so you need to take responsibility yourself." Seeing that even her husband had turned coldly away from her, Cheryl faced another blow when Solomon also spoke up against her. "Mom, you're being scolded because you did something wrong, right? Dad didn't do anything bad, so I don't think it's right for him to apologize or pay money." "You're saying that too, Solomon? You don't love Mom anymore, do you?" "I don't love you anymore. I hate it when you're always angry. I want to be with Dad from now on. I don't want to be with you." Solomon said this and turned away, sitting down on the sofa. Cheryl seemed shocked by her son's rejection. Then, she turned to me with a pleading look. "Sadie, I apologize for everything I've done to you. I was wrong. I truly regret what happened with the car. So could you please consider waiving the repair costs? If things continue this way, even my parents might abandon me. I really don't have any money. I'm sorry, but I can't make the repair costs zero." As I spoke clearly, Cheryl's eyes began to well up with tears even more. "Why would you say that? Aren't we like sisters? We've been getting along all this time. You could help me out a little, couldn't you?" "Getting along? That's hard to ignore. You've been spreading rumors about me to the other moms, dumping trash at my house, and weren't you the one who left a dead animal at my doorstep? Where's the getting along in all of that? I regret doing those things. I already told you that the car was a gift from my husband to me and our family. How can anyone forgive having such a gift destroyed?" I couldn't forgive Cheryl and dismissed her with these words. Hearing this, my husband offered her a suggestion. "In that case, why not work at a factory to earn the money? I have a connection there. They were looking for workers, and I think you could start working right away if I call them." "What kind of job is it at the factory?" "It's not dangerous, is it?" "It's not dangerous. It's certainly better than working on a fishing boat. It does require some physical strength, though. I might find it difficult to do physical work." Cheryl hesitated, showing reluctance to take on a physically demanding job. "Not the time to be picky about jobs, is it? If you keep complaining, I might just raise it back to $200,000. My husband warned Cheryl, leaving her speechless. With that, Cheryl and her family returned home to discuss their future. After much discussion, the divorce was finalized, and Cheryl was employed at a factory run by an acquaintance of my husband, where she would live and work. I got an update on Cheryl from my husband. "Your sister is struggling quite a bit since she has little work experience. But the place is full of tough-looking guys like me, so she doesn't talk back at all and just keeps working quietly. It must be tough working surrounded by people who look like you," I joked. "Tough? Maybe we look intimidating, but we're all good-hearted," he laughed. "Really? That's funny to hear from you. But earning $150,000 seems like it will take a long time. Cheryl might even quit the job halfway through. No need to worry about that. If she quits, I've made it clear we'll follow her until she pays off the debt. And what if she tries to run away? Well, then we'll have to track her down, take out insurance, and put her on a boat, won't we? He joked with a laugh. Scary, I laughed along. After being abandoned by everyone, Cheryl even went to her parents to ask if they could contribute a little towards the money. Ultimately, her parents didn't give her a single dollar and decided to cut ties with her. It seems that despite being very fond of their daughter in her childhood, they were fed up with her recent behavior. No doubt, they were unwilling to interact with a daughter who would harm her own son and act so selfishly. Furthermore, the incident became known among relatives and friends, and they all started avoiding Cheryl. Later on, Solomon's grandparents moved in to live with him, adding some family support in his household. The parents of Cheryl's ex-husband are involved now. Cheryl's ex-husband felt that raising Solomon alone would be difficult, so he decided to seek help from his parents. Claire's mom, hello. Hello, Solomon. It's nice to see such good weather today, isn't it? Yes. I've been looking forward to this day. Solomon spoke with a beaming smile. Since Cheryl left, Solomon's family has started spending more time together. And they had promised to go to the amusement park in the new car that my husband had recently bought. It feels strange to see you driving since I'm usually driven by my subordinates and sit in the back. When I'm with family, I have to entertain you all. I feel a bit shy about it. You take care of our daughters every day, so today you can lean on me. Though my husband is a fearsome mafia figure, he's gentle and warm at home. Solomon and my husband have become good friends. Solomon, are you sad just having Dad? Not sad. I have not only Dad but also Grandpa and Grandma. That's right. Claire and we are here too. Claire is happy to play a lot with Solomon. Me too. Solomon blushed as he responded. There are more smiles now between my daughter and Solomon than before. My daughter is also happy to play a lot with Solomon. I hope to continue making happy memories in this town. My name is Julia Cox. Standing on the balcony of a luxury resort in Miami Beach, I never thought my heart could ache this much as I gazed at the sea at dusk. The one-week vacation, meant to be a time for making memories with family, turned into a nightmare because of my sister-in-law, Diana. I have been happily married to Stephen for 10 years. Both of us, as executives at major corporations, have put in a lot of effort to get to where we are today. Choosing not to have children was a natural decision for our lifestyle. 3 major vacations a year and a few weekend trips. That was the rhythm of our life. For a few years now, we have been inviting Stephen's parents to our annual family trip. Stephen's father, Douglas, 76 years old, was gradually deteriorating in health, and his mother, Harriet, 70 years old, was struggling alone with his care. This year's trip had a special meaning. Douglas wanted to revisit Miami, where he and Harriet had gone on their honeymoon about 50 years ago. His voice carried a sense of urgency, as if this might be his last chance. I did not hesitate to offer to cover all the expenses. It was a high cost, but seeing their happy faces was worth more than that. After all, they had accepted me as their own daughter for the past 10 years. However, everything began to change when Diana, 38 years old, a stay-at-home mom with 3 children, expressed her wish to come along. Her financial situation was tough, and her husband's income barely covered the basic living expenses. Every time we shared photos from our vacations, she would sigh and say, "I haven't had a decent vacation." Because she was family, I agreed to cover her expenses as well. Looking back, this might have been my first mistake. From the moment we arrived in Miami, Diana's attitude was clearly off. The first sign of trouble surfaced just a few hours after we checked into the beach resort. "Julia, would you mind taking our picture?" "I want one with just my family," she said. Her words cut through my heart like a blade of ice. It felt like the bonds I had built with my family over the past 10 years were instantly negated. Stephen looked perplexed but kept silent, not wanting to spoil the atmosphere. But this was just the beginning. Diana found one opportunity after another to exclude me. Photos at tourist spots, seating arrangements at restaurants, gatherings by the poolside. She treated me like an outsider in every scenario. The incident on the boat tour was even more blatant. The small boat, designed with 2 rows of 2 seats each, was perfect for a family of 4. With 5 people, someone had to ride on a different boat. Diana quickly implemented her plan, arranging for her parents to sit in the first row, and secured the seat next to Stephen for herself. This setup is perfect for a family photo, isn't it? As a result, I ended up riding alone among strangers in the next boat. They also bought a commemorative photo of their family on the boat, and that photo is now on Diana's social media feed. The commemorative photo from the boat remains as a symbol of the most unforgettable impression of my vacation experience. While my husband and his family were creating perfect memories without me, I was awkwardly mingling with strangers. And the situation progressed in yet another direction. Diana gradually began to awaken to the luxurious services of the resort. Her initially modest attitude became bolder day by day. An especially painful event occurred at the upscale seafood restaurant I had reserved weeks in advance for this trip. I had secured a table with a perfect view of the sunset at Miami's finest waterfront restaurant. Upon arrival, the hostess led us to a round table for 6, perfectly positioned to soak in the golden hour light over the ocean. Stephen and I were supposed to sit together and enjoy the view, with his parents across from us. Diana, who had joined at the last minute, should have been fine with a side seat. However, before we could sit down, Diana quickly took the seat next to Stephen and seated her parents in the best position to see the sunset. I was relegated to the worst seat near the waiter station, with my back to the sunset. This treatment towards me, who had specifically planned this dinner, prompted Stephen to stand up and suggest changing the seating arrangement. But Diana snapped at him and tried to remind everyone that this was a family trip. As the evening wore on, dinner only got worse. I tried to join the conversation and find common ground, but Diana had other plans. Every time I tried to participate, she deliberately steered the conversation to topics like childhood memories, high school adventures, and family inside jokes. Even when Stephen and his parents tried to draw me into the conversation, Diana quickly changed the subject. However, what concerned me more was the way she ordered. She chose the most expensive wine on the menu and ordered from appetizers to desserts without any regard for the price. "Since it's a family trip, let's make it a memorable meal," she said. Her words had a challenging ring to them. Diana's behavior only worsened, and she soon started using the room charge system linked to my credit card, as if it were an unlimited shopping card. Luxurious treatments at the high-end spa, impulse purchases at designer boutiques, and premium champagne by the poolside. She piled on lavish requests one after another. When ordering, she never once mentioned the cost. It was as if it were natural for me to pay. "This massage is really wonderful. Maybe I'll book another for tomorrow. This boutique has such lovely dresses. I need to get souvenirs for the kids too. For dessert tonight, Dom Perignon would be perfect." Her spending clearly exceeded her usual standard of living. But seeing how happy Stephen's parents were, I couldn't stop her right then. One night, when Stephen and I were alone, he looked worried and spoke to me. "Diana's charges are going to be quite high." "Yes, I know," I answered. "But seeing your dad having a good time." That night, I made a decision. On our last morning in Miami, I suggested to Stephen, "Take your parents to the airport first. Diana and I will go later." Stephen seemed to immediately understand my intention. "What are you planning?" "Don't worry. I promise to stay neutral as I've been." He nodded slightly. It was enough of a concession for him, who had watched his sister deliberately exclude me all week. I headed to the front desk with a carefully prepared strategy. The hotel's billing system was convenient for me. The room charges were prepaid, but all additional expenses incurred during the stay were settled at checkout. This included all room service orders, all spa treatments, and all the poolside cocktails that Diana indulged in. I requested the hotel manager to separate the bills for tax purposes. The male manager complied with me without hesitation, as it was a standard procedure. As the process continued, I stood there watching the bills being separated. I couldn't help but think that Diana had never once considered the emotional or financial consequences of her actions. After settling the payments for Stephen's parents' suite and our room, I waited for the moment. My parents-in-law had already headed to the airport, needing extra time due to Douglas's health and wheelchair requirements. Only Diana and I were left in the hotel lobby. The manager called her to the accounting counter. I could see the color draining from Diana's face. She was frozen, staring at the itemized bill handed to her. The total amount was astonishing, likely equivalent to several months of her usual expenses. Her eyes moved back and forth between the bill and my face. As she grasped the reality, confusion turned into panic. "You're not paying for me." I kept my composure. "I've already paid for the family. You need to pay for your own part." Diana, trembling, handed her credit card to the manager. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Your credit card has been rejected." The manager's words confirmed the outcome I had anticipated. She had lived a luxurious life, far beyond her income for a week, assuming I would cover the costs. The manager tried her card again, but the result was the same. Her credit limit did not even reach half of the accumulated charges. The women's spa sessions and the special dinner had finally caught up with her payment capabilities. And this time I, whom she thought of as an ATM, did not come to her rescue. For the next 30 minutes, the hotel lobby was like a theater. Diana paced back and forth, trying to figure out how to deal with this unexpected crisis. Every few minutes, she threw desperate glances at me, clearly waiting for me to offer to pay, but I remained seated on the plush sofa in the lobby, outwardly calm. I knew I could end her plight with a swipe of my card. Had she apologized for her behavior during the trip, I might have done so. However, Diana's pride did not allow her to take that step. Finally, she made the inevitable phone call. I could hear her explaining the situation to her husband. The amount she had accumulated was nearly equivalent to her husband's monthly salary. From the other end of the phone, her husband's voice leaked through, questioning why she had made such reckless expenditures. After long negotiations and likely desperate promises, a transfer was finally arranged to cover the bill. On the taxi ride to the airport, Diana was silent, probably thinking about her husband's reaction upon her return. However, her troubles were not over yet. Upon arrival at the airport, with departure time looming, she realized she had not yet checked in for her flight. While I slipped through priority check-in, Diana had to stand in the long regular queue to check her bags. As time passed, she grew increasingly irritated. At the gate, I quietly arranged an upgrade to business class for myself, Stephen and his parents, ensuring a comfortable end to our journey. Meanwhile, Diana remained in her original economy seat. Her expression as she passed the spacious business class seat said it all. She didn't speak a word, but her clenched jaw and stiff posture spoke volumes about her feelings throughout the flight. While we enjoyed the premium services, she spent her time in the economy class. The moment we landed, Diana's composure finally shattered. She rushed to where her parents were collecting their luggage and began to recount her version of the events. According to her dramatic narrative, I had forced her to pay, humiliated her in public, and intentionally excluded her from the flight upgrade. She conveniently omitted the part where she had spent a week harassing me, trying to exclude me from every moment with the family. Douglas, visibly weary from the trip, became noticeably distressed as her performance continued. Even at that moment, she was not concerned about her father's health. She was too consumed with portraying herself as the victim. Throughout Diana's dramatic performance, I maintained my composure. Waiting for the right moment, I quietly began to speak. I detailed how she had systematically excluded me from every family moment during the vacation. Family-only photos, manipulated seating arrangements, intentionally exclusive conversations, all funded by me. The reason was simple. If she didn't consider me family enough to include in the memories, why should she expect me to pay for her as family? Harriet intervened, halting Diana's performance abruptly. After observing her daughter's behavior for a week, she had reached her limit. "Diana, that's enough," she said firmly. "We don't want to be involved with your theatrics. We noticed you've been pushing Julia away all this time. We tried to include her, but you had your own plan to sideline her." Instead of accepting responsibility, Diana began to attack more fiercely, revealing her true nature. "You use money to control the family," she accused me, then turned to Stephen. "Your wife teamed up with you to humiliate me. How can you be so cruel to your own sister?" She raised her voice. "Do you see what this woman does to you? You can't do anything. You're tied to her money." Her baseless accusations provoked a fierce reaction from Stephen, turning the baggage claim area into a stage for family drama. If not for Douglas's presence, the situation might have escalated further. Douglas, who had maintained a dignified silence throughout the trip, said to Diana in a soft voice, "Julia has done enough for us, and you as a daughter-in-law. If you can't be grateful, at least be quiet." His succinct words effectively ended Diana's intense accusations, but the damage to family relations had already been done. After Douglas' words, the airport terminal was enveloped in a heavy silence. His request for us to leave immediately was filled with quiet authority. I promptly helped him to the car, and we departed. Diana was left standing there alone. Despite being 70 miles from home, her pride prevented her from asking for a ride in our car. She had come to the airport with us and hadn't brought her own car. The taxi fare was obviously going to be exorbitant, but after a week of Diana intentionally excluding me, I no longer cared. The ride home to my in-laws' house was quiet. Upon arrival, both expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the vacation. Douglas's hug was longer than usual and held more meaning than words could convey. We avoided talking about what had happened for a while, but a few days later, Stephen finally broke the silence. He revealed that Diana was facing serious financial difficulties. Her husband was furious about having to clean up after his wife's haughty behavior. He demanded full repayment and refused to bail her out for her extravagant expenses. Diana struggled to manage both the repayment and her regular credit card payments. Stephen supported my actions but gently suggested that I might have gone a bit too far. However, he admitted that his sister needed this wake-up call. For years, Diana had taken advantage of others' generosity, treating it as her due. It felt like long-needed justice that she finally faced the consequences of her actions. If Stephen were to ask me if I regretted my decision, I could honestly answer no. The most effective lessons sometimes come with the highest costs. Diana chose her own consequences. When I shared my experience online, there were mixed reactions. Some people said I was too harsh and argued that I should have borne the cost for the sake of family peace. But I know my worth. I refused to be treated like a doormat, silently accepting her treatment of me while still funding everyone's lavish vacations. I refused to be just an ATM or servant for Diana. All I wanted was basic respect and inclusion in family activities. Even after everything was over, if she had acknowledged her actions and apologized, I might have covered her expenses. But for her, pride was more important than making things right. The truth is, Diana and I were never close. Our relationship consisted of polite greetings at family gatherings when she visited. For years, there had been no real connection or meaningful conversation. Still, when she asked to join the vacation, I agreed to cover her travel expenses simply because she was family. That generosity should have warranted at least a basic level of respect. Instead, it seemed to fuel her resolve to exclude me even more. Diana's husband was still outraged that he had to use savings to cover her spending spree. Naturally, no working person would be pleased to see their hard-earned money disappear because their spouse decided to play princess for a week using someone else's money. Instead of accepting responsibility for her actions, Diana resorted to her usual tactic. She crafted a narrative where she was the victim and I was the villain, deliberately humiliating her. During preparations for the Christmas party, while my mother-in-law was planning a special celebration, my father-in-law's deteriorating health was used as a reason by Diana's husband to refuse attendance, ruining the plans. But the real reason was, I can't bear to sit at the same table with someone who humiliates financially weaker people. At that moment, my mother-in-law finally reached her limit and sat him down to reveal the full extent of Diana's behavior during the trip to Miami. She told him to look at the vacation photos to see the truth for himself. The evidence was in Diana's social media posts. There were numerous photos showing me intentionally excluded, pushed to the back of the camera, or seated away from everyone else. The visual record of her intentional exclusion of me was undeniable. My mother-in-law explained that she and my father-in-law had tried repeatedly to include me, but Diana kept coming up with new ways to push me aside. What made it especially difficult was that I had always respected Diana's husband. We were not close friends, but our interactions at Christmas parties and other holiday events had always been enjoyable and respectful. I had never once looked down on him because of his economic situation or any other reason. Such thoughts had never even crossed my mind. We were simply trying to support our spouses and contribute as much as we could, having become part of the same family through marriage. The fact that Diana had manipulated her husband into seeing me as a classist villain demonstrated how far she would go to avoid taking responsibility for her actions. What became clear during the vacation in Miami seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. Diana, having accumulated debts she couldn't pay over a week, started to blame her hardworking husband for not enabling a more lavish lifestyle. My mother-in-law had tried everything to persuade Diana. She advised her daughter, defended her son-in-law, and tried to make Diana understand the unreasonableness of her demands. However, the luxurious experiences during the Miami trip seemed to have awakened something dangerous in Diana. The woman who once claimed to be satisfied with simple family trips became obsessed with pursuing a lifestyle she wasn't getting. The situation had become deeply concerning, and my mother-in-law felt compelled to issue a stern ultimatum. She told Diana that if her actions led to a divorce, she should not expect any support from the family. More importantly, she warned her not to let her father know about the marital troubles. His health would not withstand the stress of seeing his daughter's marriage collapse due to her actions. On the way home from the Christmas party, I reflected on how my well-intentioned invitation had backfired. I remembered a phrase one had seen at the resort. Once you've experienced the luxury of a private island, you'll never want to set foot on a public island again. The same principle applies to someone who has flown business class after years of economy. There's no going back. We inadvertently showed Diana a lifestyle she could not maintain. Now, her husband is paying the price. This whole situation has been a sobering reminder. It's painful to see her unable to pay her bills, but it's equally hard to see how it has completely distorted her values concerning lifestyle standards. Her husband is a decent man who worked hard to provide for his family, yet he is being punished simply because he cannot sustain the temporary luxury she experienced. I can only hope that she regains her sanity before she destroys her marriage in pursuit of a lifestyle she cannot afford.